So we have microphones in front of you. Pushing the button and holding it is how you'll get it to work best. The broadcast will be available and the live YouTube is available on EvergladesRestoration.gov today. There'll be 2 opportunities for public comment, and we encourage everybody who wants to speak to come fill out a comment card and get it in for the day. You can mark down if you'd prefer to be in the morning or afternoon, depending on your topics covered. Adam Gelber, I'd like to recognize you to get us started.
Thank you, James. Thanks for everybody for being here and those that are online, both members and members of the public. A great workshop yesterday. Thanks for all who facilitated that and participated yesterday. I think that should be up on the web here very shortly. Today we'd like to note the new task force approved working group vice chair, Eric Stabenow, to the table today. I expect some words from you of wisdom and guidance and expertise and enlightenment, Eric, today, okay, like you always provide.
Thank you. We have Sabrina Diaz online for an introduction on.
There we go.
Sabrina.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Sabrina Diaz here, serving as the acting superintendent for Everglades and Director Tortugas National Parks. And Pedro Ramos sends his regrets that he can't be there or with us today. He is still serving in Washington, D.C. as the interim deputy director for external and congressional affairs. So thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sabrina. So I was going to dive into it on my slides. So the big question mark is task force. I'm going to defer to a final decision on that to allow some of the venues to play out. We have run into a conflict with the annual tribal summit at the Yates Auditorium, and some of you have helped out of trying to find a space in Washington, D.C., but we're trying to work around that to keep it in DC, because I know many of you have made plans to travel there, and I want to let everything potentially work its way through and have its time. Just notified of that last week, so we're going to hold on the 5th, and we do have a backup location here in South Florida, but would rather keep it in DC. So any help, any guidance on a place, let me know. Little pitch there, plug. So moving on to, if you have any questions like specifics, but that's basically the long and short of it. Yeah, the AV needs to be there, right? Like at the Yates with cameras, ability to webcast, simulcast, right? And have that capability. Teams just maybe cuts it for office meetings, but not going to cut it for task force. So thanks, Nick, for that. Also, I don't see any elected officials here or online. If you are online and I'm not recognizing it, please raise your hand to be recognized. Again, we have a full agenda today, and I think that's it. If I see any hands pop, I'll let you know.
Thank you, Adam. Sandy, you've got some comments for the members here and some instructions.
Sure. Members of the public who have not provided their name and affiliation will be removed by the administrator for security purposes. Please note that all Zoom attendees are automatically muted and are in listen-only mode. Please refrain from raising your hand until the public comment period has been announced. Once the public comment period begins, please use the raise your hand feature located at the bottom of your Zoom window, and we will call on you and unmute your microphone one at a time. When you have been called on to speak, please ensure that all other devices are muted to avoid any background noises and interruptions. If anyone experiences any Zoom technical issues during the meeting, you could access the webcast on EvergladesRestoration.gov. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Lawrence Glenn, would you like to make some introductory remarks?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Excited about this meeting today. Always especially excited about the science that we have on the agenda. So we'll have a really good recover update today and update on Eden's Garden version that we'll hear more about as well. So very excited about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, would you like to make some remarks? Thank you, Nick Allman, USGS, and Vice Chair of the Working Group. Just wanted to do my usual update on the GEAR Conference, the Greater Everglades Ecosystem Restoration, April 21st through the 25th in Coral Springs, Marriott, the same place we've had it for the past number of times. We've got a really great bunch of sessions organized. We have plenary sessions, the DIG sessions, those TED-style talks that we do that are real popular. We have, of course, our regular contributed sessions and posters and introductory social events, and it's going to be a good deal. For the first time ever, I think I mentioned this before, all of our sessions got filled with contributed sessions, meaning there's no open oral presentation slots. It's the first time that's ever happened. I guess people have a lot of science to share, which we're happy about. Maybe we need a bigger space in the future, I don't know. But the abstract deadline of January 8th is just for posters. So since we don't have any open oral presentation slots, we're asking folks, please still contribute by giving a poster. As you remember, our poster sessions are very active. There's food and beverage and a lot of people milling around and a good chance for exposure of your science and then for some in-depth discussion. So please do that. And then I guess the last plea I have is please don't schedule competing events if at all possible. I know some things can't be avoided, but let's try to give everyone the opportunity to come to the GEAR conference. It's going to be a good one this year or next year. Thank you.
Excellent, Nick. Really looking forward to it. It's going to be a great conference. I think we should take a moment here and just acknowledge Eric with his new position. It's great to have your science being brought to the table here and with our leadership. I'd also ask if there's anybody online that would like to make any introductory remarks or anybody in the room.
Hi, good morning again. It's Sabrina here, and I want to congratulate Dr. Eric Stabenow for his nomination and selection as the interim vice chair for the Science Coordination Group. Many of you know Eric. He brings a wealth of experience.
I think I bring something. I'm not sure.
He's saying great
He's a
things.
host.
My apologies. I think I'm back now. I'm not sure what happened.
We got you.
As I was saying, he brings a lot of experience and expertise that will benefit the entire team while contributing valuable insight and guidance to the role. For those of you that don't know Dr. Stabenow, he is the Parks Restoration Sciences Branch Chief for the South Florida Natural Resources Center based out of Homestead, Florida. He's been with us for over 20 years as a federal employee, and he's worked with a range of managers and marine and freshwater monitoring networks. And again, really grateful to Dr. Stabenow for accepting this role and taking on this challenge. Thanks, Eric.
All right. Well, thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate that. As people know me, I can talk. I can talk for a long time. I was very quiet yesterday, so I've got a lot of words caught up still. Just to start off this morning, I'd like to say thank you to Sabrina and to the team here for their support, putting me in this position, giving me this opportunity. I don't find myself nervous very often when I speak in public, but for some reason I do a little bit with this group, which I think just shows the high degree of respect I have for all of you in the room and all the public to come and engage in this process. It's remarkable what we're trying to get accomplished down here, and I'm glad to be part of it. So I hope that we can continue with this role and this opportunity to move things forward. And that's all I have for today. So thank you.
Welcome, Eric. Thank you. Let's go ahead and start our whip around today. We'll go around the room and look for the working group members first, and then I'll hand it off to Lawrence for our SCG members. Over here with Ed Smith. Morning, Ed.
Good morning, James. Thanks for introduction. Ed Smith, DEP. It's great to be here. Just want to, first of all, say thank you to Adam Gelber and his team at OERI for their workshop yesterday, the IDS workshop. I think it was a really good workshop, a lot of really good discussion. There's clearly some ideas for improvement of the IDS and how we can get more information, more transparency, and I hope we can keep working on that and get some of those things out there so we can get a better understanding of what all goes into the development of the IDS and how things end up shaking out the way they do. I think that's important for the public. It's going to be a full day today, so I'll cut it short there, but thanks for having me.
Ed, Melody.
Sabrina will also do the introductory remarks for National Park Service.
Sabrina, would you like to make some additional remarks?
Sure. Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Melody, for being in the room as my proxy today. I apologize that I can't be there with all of you today. I want to take a moment to reemphasize the importance of SEP South and the need to speed up these projects, which will greatly improve the conditions of the greater Everglades. We need the state of Florida and the Army Corps of Engineers to commit to resolving the real estate issues on Tamiami Trail. And I think yesterday the public was clear that there's a need to understand why SEP South projects are delayed and how we can understand and accelerate these projects. The National Park Service is recommending that both sponsoring agencies address these requests. I also want to take a brief moment to thank FDEP and the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians, the Everglades Foundation, and Florida International University for their collaboration and partnership on the Big Cypress National Preserve flume study. This study is critical to protecting the preserved wetlands and that unique habitats that are there. Also want to just update quickly on more park-specific news. We're wrapping up our UNESCO State of Conservation report, which assesses the hydrological and ecological conditions in the park over the last 2 years. And while we didn't have any wading bird super colonies, we did have positive trends in nesting efforts, densities, and populations for both alligators and crocodiles. Tomorrow, we get to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the lodge and restaurant opening up in Flamingo. And this is so important to our visitors. With over 1 million visitors that come from all over the world to the Everglades, last year, our lodge was filled. It was booked almost every night solid. And I think that is just a testament to the importance of the park in terms of a place where visitors from locally and from across the world come to visit. And with that, thank you for letting me share some opening comments.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Good morning. Rebecca Elliott with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And always nice to have the meeting here in West Palm Beach at the headquarters. So glad to be here. And I might be taking something away from FDP or South Florida Water Management District, but I wanted to make sure that people knew that the meetings that were canceled in October for the Northern Estuaries and Everglades Protection Program, which is the FDP Total Maximum Daily Load Program and the South Florida Water Management District's program for water quality and FDAC's program for water quality in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, Caloosahatchee River and Estuary, and St. Lucie Estuary. So those will be taking place in the third week of November. That's November 18th through 22. And the first meeting will be on the 18th, and it will be a workshop right here at the district headquarters. And FDP, FDACS, South Florida will be presenting a lot of information. It's an open house format, and then a group presentation and information sharing. So if you're interested in it, please put it on your calendar. And then for the rest of the week, they'll be having more local best management practices, or really the BMAP areas in the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie and the Okeechobee watershed. So those will be at different cities in those watersheds. So if you're interested, please, you can even email me to get more information on it. And then also FDACS is moving right along with its best management practices manual updates. So we are getting those going. There are some in rulemaking. And again, if anyone's interested, or I can even send it to you, James, for distribution so that people have that information. So I wanted to update you on good things going on in those programs.
Excellent. That would be useful, and we could distribute it to the members. Thank you. Becky? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Becky Allenbach with EPA. So nice to be here in person. I know I'm not always able to make it in person, but it's really nice to see you all and be able to do that. I did want to report out that after dodging hurricanes, we were able to complete our remap monitoring sampling that we do about every 5 years. That's our goal anyway. We were able to complete that in September. And we expect Some of you know that we did Big Cypress first. So we did Big Cypress last October. We hope to have that report done in early 2025. And then the larger report on the Everglades in early 2026. Dan Scheid is on the phone, I'm sure, and he's going to not be happy with those dates I'm giving out, but that's our goal. And we will get that data out as soon as possible. But thank you.
Thank you. We'll finish up this half of the room with Larry Williams over here, and then I'm going to start calling on some of our online folks.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Larry Williams. I work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Great to see everybody. Great to be here. I just want to say how much I appreciate all the work that goes into the integrated delivery schedule. You know, the presentation that we had on that yesterday was impressive, and I feel like it's one of those things where we see the tip of the iceberg for all the work that happens to produce that. And so thank you to the Corps and to the district and everybody else that puts that together. There's a ton of work that we don't see. And there's some things we would like to see moved up, some of the SUP-South features. But, you know, to ask that, first we have to understand everything that's operating behind that. So just a huge appreciation for everybody's work on that. And some of us are involved in trying to achieve some environmental restoration in the Indian River Lagoon. And in that work, we've been encouraging the partners there to have a schedule like the IDS here in Everglades. So kind of another example of where Everglades is leading the way for models of, achieving big picture restoration. So that's it. Thank you.
James, I forgot something. May I have one more?
Sure.
Just that I forgot to thank our partners, who are Department of Interior as well as the South Florida Water Management District. Without you all, we could not have completed that sampling effort. So thank you very much.
Excellent. We got Wes Brooks online. Adam Brame, you're on deck.
Hey, folks. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha, Wes. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Sorry that I couldn't be there. I had a pre-existing obligation actually up near the headwaters in Osceola County. So I am on the side of the road coming to you now. This is a really important meeting. I'm really sad to miss it. I really enjoy the dialogue on the integrated delivery schedule. And obviously, we've got a lot of progress to keep making across the board. Normally, this is where those of you who know me, I'd go and I'd start ripping the IDS and all of the issues and all of the delays. I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack today because it's really not the IDS that's the problem. It's the way this entire process and program is working, and we all have a responsibility to make that better. The program's never been better resourced than it has been over the last 5 years, and yet we're still not. We're making amazing progress, let me say, but we're still not making the kind of progress we need to. When I look at the 2020 IDS versus this year's, right, it's been a period of 5 years. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different project suites that have quote unquote slipped more at or more than that 5 years, since the 2020 IDS. And it's just hard to imagine how, with all the funding success that this program has been able to generate, how we're just not doing better. And so I really am going to ask that we dig deeper into the details of what's going on there, and make sure that we're all understanding our individual agencies' roles in making that better. I think that comes right out of what we heard Vice Chair Hamilton say at the last task force meeting. And I hope there will be more discussion about that at this meeting and at the upcoming task force meeting about what are all these other pieces behind the scenes that aren't connecting right in order to make this process as smooth as possible. Look, no one's saying that you're going to have a plan to restore an area larger than New Jersey and everything's going to go perfectly to plan. That's not going to happen. But what we need to break out of this cycle that these delays just continued to build up and build up and build up. SEP South, I've heard a bunch of people talk about. My introduction to SEP South was working for Senator Rubio, back when that was authorized, and that was viewed as the key to making sure that the Central Everglades never flooded again the way it did after Hurricane Irma. That was back in 2017, and here we are with that resource again in a flooded condition, extended flooding condition, and now SEP South looks like not going to be done until 2035, an 8-year delay from 2020. We owe better to the people on the ground that work for our agencies that are trying to do this. We owe better for the people of Florida. We owe better for the resource. And so I hope we really do work to dig into those details and find out what we can do better. On a brighter note, I just also want to take a second to acknowledge Eric. I've gotten the pleasure to work really closely with Eric on the Florida's Coral Reef Coordination Team, and I'm really excited for the partnership for him and for Lawrence working together. I think we're going to be able to see some amazing thought and consideration coming out of the SCG that helps make this entire process better as well. So with that, we have 2 more years of the DeSantis administration, and we'll look forward to trying to work with a new federal administration next year, regardless of how the election goes, to try to address some of these issues and get the Everglades restoration process, on a better track. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. Adam Brame.
Good morning, folks. Adam Brame, National Marine Fisheries Service. I just wanted to apologize for not being there in person. I look forward to the agenda ahead. And I also would like to remind folks of the spinning fish event that occurred down in the Florida Keys last winter. That event led to the unprecedented mortality of endangered small-toothed sawfish, and we are now approaching that same season. And so I would to draw everyone's attention to that. And as you're on the water conducting your various forms of research, to keep an eye out for symptomatic fish behavior and report that to FWC if you happen to see anything. And I'd also like to draw some attention to a recent paper that came out about Halophilus stipulacea, which is an invasive seagrass species that has been documented throughout the Caribbean and has now made its way to Florida. So when we get into that those invasive species conversations later in the day, that's something we might want to keep an eye on, and the effects on the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Roland Ottolini.
Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't be there today in person. We're still reeling from the impact of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and we're busy assessing damages and recovery efforts. So I appreciate providing the opportunity to attend by Zoom today. A few observations from these storms is that the public is starting to become more aware of the need for resiliency. Many have just completed the repairs from Hurricane Ian to now just having their work destroyed again and needing to start over. So all 3 storms were significant storm surge events, although 2 most recent were not as high as Ian. However, residents are beginning to recognize that the storms may become more frequent and stronger. And of course, a common approach and method is to elevate their houses, and many of those are damaged or destroyed were older buildings that didn't meet current FEMA base flood elevation. So unfortunately, removal and relocation not as popular. I mean, that's the issue. I'm not sure if what we're doing is sustainable in the long run, but we're recognizing individual property rights and their desire to live on the water. So somehow, some way, we need to find the incentive to incorporate retreat in some of these cases and look to restore our natural coastlines besides building higher and stronger. At the very least, we need to preserve the lands we do have in public ownership and maintain those coastal barriers and buffers. As a side, just before the storms, we installed 11 tidal gauges. There's a technology out of University of Hawaii called Hohonu. They offer kind of a quick install. They use ultrasonic and sonar technology. They're solar powered. You can also install them in dry land where you can see where roads are flooded. And it's kind of interesting to see the variability of tide elevations during the storms, because we do have variability throughout the county. Right now, the only NOAA gauges nearby are in downtown Fort Myers and Naples. So this provides some much valuable data that's currently a gap. So with that, I'm looking forward to today's presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. We have Carrie John attending for Leonard Rawlings. Carrie, are you there? Welcome.
Good morning. This is Kara John from the BIA. I do apologize for not being in person. I am just getting better. I was under the weather. At this time, we have no comments prepared, and we are continuing to support our tribes in South Florida region, and we would like to defer to their comments.
Thank you. Ava?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am honored to be here on behalf of Colonel Bowman, Brandon Bowman, who is unable to visit today with the team, but I do have a couple of remarks on his behalf. And so first, thank you, Mr. Gelber and OERI team for your support. Mr. Chair, thank you for your support yesterday during the Integrated Delivery Schedule workshop. We are grateful to you and the staff's support on something so important to all of us. So thank you for that. And thank you for your leadership today. Congratulations, Eric. Thank you for taking this on. You have a really important role for all of us, and we need your leadership, and looking forward to working with you in the science realm, but also how it informs everything we do on the program side. So thank you for taking this on. Congratulations. So I'd like to thank the Jacksonville District staff for everything that they're doing to advance Everglades restoration every day. But in particular, I want to say thank you and emphasize Dr. Tabitha Elkington's leadership together with Mindy Parrott at the South Florida Water Management District for everything she has done to update the integrated delivery schedule in a friendly, collaborative, and real way for all of us. It takes an enormous amount of effort and patience and grit to get something like this done every year. So thank you, ma'am, for that. And of course, Dr. Gina Ralph, thank you for presenting today on all of our science. So thank you. I was reflecting on our partnership and all of our accomplishments. I mentioned these yesterday, but I wanted to mention these again today, because as we look at the daunting task ahead of us, it is only with reflection on everything we've accomplished so far that we have enough energy to keep going. And so I was boosted by Nick's thoughts yesterday at the end about how we are a model for the nation. I agree, sir, we are. I get the benefit of seeing other ecosystem restoration programs across the nation for the Corps, and there is no one like us. There is no one as well organized as us, and even though we have things that are hard and we have conflict, truly, we are a model for the nation. So it's important to reflect on our accomplishments so far, even though we have so much to do. And so beginning with important construction that we have been able to begin in the last year through October. So we have the largest in the program's history that last year, with $3.087 billion worth of construction awarded through the EAA or SEP project, Indian River Lagoon South project, Broward County Water Preserve Area, as well as Kissimmee River. We have continued to tee up new projects that advance other portions of our important ecosystem to be considered by the Congress, including the Western Everglades Restoration Project and the project cost update for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, so that we can continue to finish that work. We have realized ecosystem benefits through operations, which is really where we see, where we can anticipate seeing changes on the landscape. And some highlights are the recorded decision for the Lake Okeechobee System Operations Manual, Increment 1 of the Kissimmee River Restoration Project, Headwaters Revitalization Schedule, and our successful completion of a planned deviation for the Combined Operations Plan in order to address high water conditions in Miccosukee Water Conservation Area. We have advanced the next generation of projects through continued work on the Biscayne Bay Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Studies, so that's BBCER. Also have advanced and continue to make progress on the second periodic SERP update, which we will be able to provide more information in the coming months. And also our sister program, the Central and Southern Florida Resiliency Study, that is addressing urgent needs in the lower East Coast for the communities that are already experiencing flooding from sea level rise and climate change. We will continue our commitment to communicate openly with everyone through the integrated delivery schedule process, as well as many other. You'll notice that we have made a recent change to our meetings related to weekly or biweekly water management release decisions. I hope you all join us in that new format, as well as some seasonal adjustment meetings or assessment meetings, that we'll continue to have for that. And then finally, with some funding highlights, where the largest appropriation in history, as Dr. Brooks mentioned, was this past year at $429 million. But even more impressive that we were able to obligate $653 million in the last fiscal year. So finally, I'll close with some thoughts on hurricane recovery. Wanted to let you know that our new Chief of Engineers, General Butch Graham, was here yesterday visiting our Operation Blue Roof. And so the Corps of Engineers and the Jacksonville District continues to support our communities in this area for both Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene. And we also have a big thank you to give to Mr. Michael Connor, our Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, who is completing his work with us this week. And we had a friend in him in the Everglades, and I know that we have another friend in Mr. Jamie Pinkham, who is going to be acting ASA starting in the next couple of days. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Jennifer?
Good morning. This is a really exciting time. I think I say that at every one of these working group meetings lately, that we have so much going on. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. I think we have a very robust agenda, and I hope we get into some really weighty discussions about these issues. I really appreciate Ava kind of going through some of these highlights here today. I won't kind of reiterate those same things, but instead I want to give you some things to think about. Not only is this the largest budget on the federal side, but we are also enjoying the largest budgets for restoration on the state side as well. You know, with the governor's commitment in his executive order to $3.5 billion over 4 years for restoration work, that's amazing. And right now, the state is over-delivering on that commitment. And so the Water Management District alone, our budget for 2025 is over $1.8 billion of work. And that includes more than just restoration, but the lines are blurring between restoration work, resiliency work, flood control, and water supply work. And the reason I bring that up is because here in South Florida, those are all tied together. And many of our structures don't serve one purpose. They serve multiple purposes. And if you don't make them work together, they won't deliver the results we all expect and are committed to delivering. And so what I challenge us today as we go through the agenda, we talk about expediting projects, and oftentimes we're thinking about the construction. But if we wait to try and expedite projects when we get to construction, we can't do it. And I would challenge this group for us to collectively think together, how do we expedite all of the process, the conversations, the agreements, the commitments that each of our agencies need to bring to the table in order to truly make progress, expediting, facilitating, and streamlining things that we have to do together. Because we can't just dig dirt faster to move projects faster. We have to do more work on the front end through the planning process, through the permitting process, through the agreements that are needed in order to streamline the work that we're doing. And so as we're going through today's agenda, I would just challenge us to think through how do we do that? And I think we are uniquely postured with our partnerships in this program to be able to do that and to bring that to the task force when necessary, but to bring that just to this group and to our principals and make sure that we're making that progress, not on a annual basis or a quarterly basis, but on a weekly basis in order to really make progress and move things forward in the best possible way. So thanks for the opportunity, and I look forward to the agenda today.
John?
Thank you, Chair, and yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Those are really insightful challenges. It's definitely worthy of a lot of thought. That's a cool idea. It's really nice to see everybody today, and I wanted to just provide some local government perspective that I think is overdue. We're particularly good at pointing out challenges and problems, but sometimes our successes are silent. As an illustration, I think that everyone in the room could easily, from the hip, identify how many days they were impacted by a hurricane, but you'd have to do some math to identify the days you weren't impacted by a hurricane. And to that end, one of the things that I think we're increasingly aware of is that we aren't celebrating some of the incremental benefits of all the investment that's been made in Everglades restoration. And as a stakeholder that's been an early beneficiary of some of that, I want to take a moment just to talk about that. So I'll start with the record of decision for Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual that provided some operational benefits without any expense for infrastructure. And one of those things for the St. Lucie stakeholders was that I think I can safely say we avoided another, what we like to call lost summers in 2024. I think what we learned from LOSUM and how that was implemented into our LORS operation as we ended that era of operating the lake under LORS, we most certainly avoided another summer of harmful discharges to the estuary that come along with the nutrient pollution, turbidity that impacts the ecology in the estuary, and also the harmful algal blooms that often are associated with those summertime discharges. While it didn't happen, so people aren't talking about it. It's something that we certainly should be talking about and celebrating. And then also having at least partial operation of the C44 reservoir. I don't know the exact number, but I know that at least 30,000 acre feet of C44 basin water was spared from the estuary this summer. So those are things that, I think the task force and Congress and the state need to understand that the projects that are done or near complete are providing those benefits already. And then a note bragging on Martin County. A couple of weeks ago, we submitted our annual report for the Basin Management Action Plan, and for the first time, we were reporting 100% of our stakeholder allocations met, and for the nitrogen, it's way more than that. And we are planning projects that are doing more than ever. So we're not done. We know there's more work to be done in the St. Lucie River and estuary, and we're excited to continue providing those nutrient reductions. And then as a public service announcement, a lot of you attend the county coalition. Last month was our chairman, Carson Turner's last county coalition meeting, as he chose not to run again this year. And we have elected the chairman from Charlotte County, Ken Doherty, to serve in the chair role for future county coalition meetings. And our next meeting will be November 22nd. That's on a Friday, and it'll be at the Okeechobee County Courthouse. Oh, one more thing. This is like an anticipatory celebration, which I probably shouldn't do. But next Tuesday, Martin County voters will have the opportunity to vote on a sales tax referendum that, if passed, would provide $180 million estimated for land acquisition, and it's only for conservation land acquisition. And at least two of the four program areas where those funds are allowed to be used would be in served natural lands eligible areas. So we're excited to potentially be a partner again in helping to move SERP forward.
Land certainly is a priority down here. Karen?
Good morning, everybody. Karen Bonesack, Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. I just have a couple updates from the sanctuary. First is a leadership change. Many of you have probably had the good fortune of working with our superintendent, Sarah Fangman, and this is her last week with Florida Keys. We're really proud that Sarah was selected to be the West Coast Regional Director for the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. So she's moving on to a bigger and better place where she can still really affect some good change for our special marine resources across the country. I just wanted to acknowledge her 7 years of effort working on behalf of the sanctuary. She led us through some really challenging times, big projects from Hurricane Irma, I think, was happening the week she started, to launching Mission Iconic Reefs, which is a really novel, large coral restoration effort, the restoration blueprint, the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary's first attempt to revise our management plan and zoning, stony coral tissue loss disease, you name it. There's been a lot going on, and we wouldn't have gotten so far without her incredible leadership, so we're really grateful to her. In the meantime, Matt Stout, who is the current Chief of Staff for the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, is going to be stepping in as an acting superintendent until we can permanently backfill that position. That's not on the street yet, but when it is, I hope you'll pass it around and recommend some good candidates to hopefully fill some very big shoes. Secondly, I just wanted to mention that our water quality protection program is meeting on November 13th in Marathon. As usual, I think there's a couple things on the agenda that might be of interest to this group, so I just wanted to flag that we're going to be hearing updates from the long-term water quality, seagrass, and coral reef monitoring programs that have been in the sanctuary since the mid-90s, so really long data set. Always really interesting presentations. We're happy when we get to hear the science. Those are PIs from FIU and FWC, so they'll be joining us. And then also we'll be hearing about an EPA-funded project out of USF that is using satellite imagery to predict sargassum, algal bloom, and flows coming from Southwest Florida and the Everglades through Florida Bay and into the Keys. So another interesting project that if you guys are interested, feel free to tune in. That is an in-person meeting, but it will be broadcast live. So there is an opportunity for virtual attendance, although I'll say our tech capabilities aren't nearly as good as this room. So bear with us, have some patience with that. So if you're interested, reach out to me, or you can find that information by going through the sanctuary's website, floridakeys.noaa.gov. Otherwise, thank you to those of you who put in the big effort to pull this meeting together. I'm happy to be here and looking forward to the agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to hand it off to Lawrence.
Thank you. I would like to welcome two new NOAA appointees to the SEG, but they couldn't make it here today. It's Enrique Montes and Ian Smith, and they're replacing Chris Keble and Joan Browder, who we lost this year. Sad about that. I would like to go around the room, and I would like to start with John Moore, who is a new member representing DEP. If you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. John Moore with the Department of Environmental Protection. Extremely excited, happy to be here today. I'll just briefly second some of Eric's comments in that simply recognizing the importance and significance of this group and its membership. So very appreciative of the opportunity. I've had the privilege to be on this campus for Past 6 years now, most recently joining Ed's group with the Office of Water Policy and Ecosystems Restoration. Just delighted to step into that role, replacing Chad Kennedy, and quickly realizing exactly how big those shoes are to fill. So again, humbled, honored to be here today. As the new guy, it's always comforting to kind of look around the room and see several familiar faces, but it's equally as exciting to see several new faces and opportunities to collaborate on such an important topic. So thank you.
Thanks, John. We're excited to have you. Gil.
Well, good morning, everybody. Gil McCrae. I represent Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission on the Science Coordination Group, and looking forward to hearing the science updates on recover and invasive species, and really looking forward to sharing the progress we've made on the Florida's Coral Reef Coordination Team. We've done quite a bit of work on that team thanks to the leadership of Wes Brooks and Eric Stabenow, who seems to volunteer for every leadership opportunity that comes his way, but still does a great job on all of them. So looking forward to sharing that. As you know, our coral reef ecosystem is experiencing a number of stressors over the last couple decades, actually. Thankfully, this past summer was not as bad from a bleaching standpoint as last summer. We have had significant investments from the state attempting to build out a coral restoration propagation infrastructure with a whole bunch of partners, both in the private sector and the nonprofit sector. So that investment by the state hopefully will continue and is already having significant impact on our ability to grow corals for restoration purposes. So again, happy to be here. Good to see everyone. And I'm very glad to deal with something that is not response to hurricane damage. So
Thank you, Gil. Next, we go to Miles with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Good morning, all. I'm here representing U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for Bonnie Irving, who is on travel today. So I'm here to listen and see what kind of input we can have. Thank you.
Thanks, Miles. Next, Stephanie Romaniak.
Good morning. Stephanie Romaniak, U.S. Geological Survey. So we have some exciting new science hires. So I know there's a lot of science needs. So we've just hired, we did a little hiring frenzy. And so we have some expertise coming in fields like conservation genetics, environmental DNA, to kind of boost that. We already have some, but the need is great. Carbon sequestration and coastal ecosystems, harmful algal blooms. So there's new scientists who coming in. Some are going to be focused on Everglades restoration, some on Gulf Coast restoration. But what I'm excited about is that if they're in-house working in both ecosystems, that hopefully we can learn from the two restoration programs and give the science a boost for its use in restoration. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the topics on the agenda today.
Thank you, Stephanie. It's always great to hear new scientists coming in to bring some new blood into the group. That's fantastic. Come over to Mark Rains.
Well, good morning. Mark Rains, Chief Science Officer for the state of Florida, representing the Department of Environmental Protection. As always, it's a pleasure to be here. Really appreciate these opportunities to come together and talk through some of these issues. I want to apologize for missing the IDS workshop yesterday. I was actually with Wes Brooks in Osceola County yesterday, and like Wes, I reviewed some of the reading materials, spoke with some attendees, looked back at some of the past IDS. And I want to echo Wes's comments, but also add a little personal detail, which I think might be instructive. When I look back at the past IDS, there was sort of a multi-year sort of analysis, and I see that some projects shift by year, then they stay, other projects shift by year, then suddenly by a bunch of years, and maybe they shift back. And sometimes those delays sort of change substantially from year to year. And individually, we're given justification, which all makes sense. Like at the moment, I go, oh, that makes sense. I can see why that would happen. But it's a lot of information to integrate, and so I'm unable to sort of integrate it into some sort of predictive model, so it totally seems random to me. And so I just want to emphasize the fact that from some random member of the science coordination group, I don't actually look at the IDS deadlines anymore because I don't understand what they're telling me. Should I believe in that one? Should I not believe in that one? Should I believe it's a year late? coming up next, or is it suddenly going to shift 4 years? It seems completely mystifying to me. And it probably doesn't to many of you. And I just want to emphasize that I know that a lot of people know more things than the random member of the Science Coordination Group. And I just want to emphasize that some of us don't. And I know you talked about that yesterday. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed that conversation. I don't expect to hear much about that today since it's just a one-day delay since then. But I would like to hear a little bit of your thoughts about how maybe we could add some transparency to that IDS and maybe make it a little more predictable for those of us that are maybe not in as much of the know. So other than that, really excited to hear all the other updates today. And I want a special shout out to John. Really appreciate you stepping into Chad's shoes, and happy to sit alongside you.
Thanks, Mark. Next, we'll go to Gina Ralph.
Good morning, everyone. Gina Ralph, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I am the Science Integration Branch Chief in the Jacksonville District. Happy to be here today. Ava already made remarks on behalf of the Corps and Colonel Bowman, so I'm going to take this opportunity to make some remarks on behalf of Recover. As the Recover Program Manager, this afternoon we have a presentation to talk about all of the things that Recover has been working on over the past year and highlight our main accomplishment this year, which is the 2024 System Status Report. It is a snapshot of current conditions for our indicators within the SERP footprint. So I encourage you all to stay, ask some questions. The other thing I'm looking forward to on the agenda today is the SISREP presentation. This is the independent scientific review of Everglades restoration progress. And yesterday morning, the Recover Leadership Group went through an exercise where we reviewed all of the National Academy's recommendations and identified those that Recover could prioritize and implement. And today, after Bob's presentation, I'm hopeful that we can have a robust discussion and challenge the working group and science coordination group to identify recommendations that we can implement as a group. So I look forward to the presentations, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gina, and I appreciate where y'all went yesterday, and I was sorry I couldn't be there to join in the discussion, but it kind of leads back to Vice Chair Hamilton's request of us, what do we do? How do we look at things? How can we determine where roadblocks are coming up? What can we do to help solve those roadblocks? And we talk about Everglades restoration and SERP, and it's science-based. And so making sure that our science is lined up with the questions that need to be answered so that we can provide that information to help guide those decisions, I think is fantastic. So going through all of those recommendations, along with what everything else you're doing with the map update and everything else, is really, we've kind of recharged Recover over the past 2 to 3 years. It's been a lion's share of work, and it's trying to get up to a point where kind of we were with our science before. We got kind of broken apart, with funding and a bunch of things that happened. But the recovery of Recover is a wonderful thing, and I thank you and Phyllis for guiding that. I'll now go to the phone for SCG members. We have Jennifer Hecker, you're up, and Holly Milbrandt, you're going to be on deck. Jennifer.
Good morning, everyone. Jennifer Hecker with the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership. I'm also very sorry to not be able to be there in person today, as we also are knee deep in the Hurricane Helene and Milton recovery. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry, I had a little technical difficulty. But we also have just been trying to help with high water survey. Oops. Are you able to hear me? I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
We have you.
Or cut out. All right. I'll pass to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Holly, you're up next.
Good morning, everybody. This is Holly Milbrandt. I'm the Natural Resources Director with the City of Sanibel. Yeah, I guess I'll sound a bit like a broken record talking with Roland and with Jennifer too. Just unfortunately can't be there today. the city of Sanibel and west coast of Florida obviously still dealing with not only now the impacts of hurricanes, which I think last time we met, we were coming up on the 2-year anniversary of Hurricane Ian, but now also dealing with the aftermath of Helene and Milton as well. And I guess for me, in an effort of trying to continue to look for the silver linings and these kinds of things and tying it into today's meeting is just really this idea, confirmation that natural areas, protection and restoration is really one of the most resilient things that we can do. And so I'm looking forward to today's agenda and continued progress in the Everglades. And to talk, sort of add on to the comments that John Mayle made, there have been some key things that have happened recently that I think are exciting for West Coast stakeholders in particular. And that's the record of decision related to LOSUM and the started with the scoping meetings for the preliminary project operating manual for the C-43 reservoir. So again, all these projects take time, and for those of us who feel the impacts of high discharges can't get here soon enough, but it is good to remember the progress that's being made, even if we're not to the finish line there yet. And I guess the last thing I would say is just that we are watching with some anxiety a pretty significant red tide bloom that's developed in the Gulf of Mexico right now, primarily north of our specific area, but certainly have some concerns about what that could look like through the rest of the fall. And I guess I will finish up with one other thing, just a note of celebration, which is that the city of Sanibel will be celebrating its 50th anniversary as a city. We have a year-long celebration planned, but the sort of the first big kickoff event is next Tuesday, and an opening of a time capsule that's here at City Hall that was established after the city's incorporation in 1974. So something to celebrate in that regard. And again, sorry I can't be there in person. Look forward to today's meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Holly. And last on the phone, we have Dan Scheit.
Good morning. Dan Scheit, EPA Science Coordination Group member, and I'm happy to be a part of this group and the restoration effort. Congratulations to you, Eric. And I don't have anything to add to Becky's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'd like to end by thanking Angie Dunn for her service as the vice chair. It was just a pleasure working with her. She brought enthusiasm to every task. Just a great person and really, cared about what we were doing as a group. So I thank her a lot. And I would like to welcome you. I'm thrilled. Eric, he has a very long-standing relationship with Everglades Restoration, extremely strong scientist. I think one of the things I appreciate about you most is your calm, collaborative demeanor and how you approach every situation that comes in a room. You're not reactive, critical, don't point fingers. You are solution-oriented. You want to get the facts, and you want it based on strong, sound science. You have exceptional leadership, and I am very excited to work with you. So I welcome you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. So just taking my moment in the Science Coordination Group seat and to discuss a little bit of what I've been looking forward to with these meetings the last 2 days. We're at an interesting turning point, really. I've thought this a few times in the overall program, Everglades Restoration. The earlier ones that I ran into is when I felt that we had many of the outlets in place. So we started having place for the water to get out of the system so we could start talking about bringing water into the system. The second one is when we're starting to work on these major centralized flow paths, and we've got a pretty good handle on water quality. We can have some discussions about that over time. But I think organizationally, the thing that's happening right now is we do have an opportunity to put a little new solid emphasis on recover, let the science lead the process, and get some very strong focus on sequencing. we're finding ourselves where there's real stresses on the system out there, recognized by many of the parties here. We're having issues on the landscape that we can, I believe all of us believe, we can do better. We can do better now. We can do better this next season, and we can do better as each new project comes online over time. And those projects include the efforts to update operating manuals and all those other pieces of work there. So I find ourselves at a really interesting point, and as you heard from the number of names in the room today, there's a lot of turnover happening in the staff, but we are still in very good hands, and I look forward to working with all of you. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric. James, back to you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Lawrence, we have a couple other members of the working group here I'd like to acknowledge. Veronica, you're out of my line of sight over there. Say good morning to everybody.
Good morning, everyone. It's Veronica Harold James with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District of Florida, representative for Department of Justice. Happy to be here. I enjoyed the workshop yesterday. It was very informative, and I look forward to the discussions today. And welcome, Eric. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Drum?
Hi, good morning. Deb Drum, Palm Beach County Environmental Resources Management. It's a pleasure to see everybody here today. Very much enjoyed, I was zoomed in to the IDS workshop yesterday, and it was very informative, and I appreciate all the work of all the staff that it took to prepare those presentations. I'm happy to announce that our board took a bold action this past Tuesday and unanimously passing a resolution to have third-party held conservation easements on 31,800 acres of county natural areas to ensure perpetual protection of those lands. I think Holly said it, that it's a very big topic and probably the most resilient thing that we can do. So we're very happy to have had that vote, and we will be moving forward on getting those easements together for our county natural areas. I really appreciated, I was not in the room, but I was listening on my way in from another meeting, John Mayle's comments. Our sister county to the north. And so all of those achievements that you mentioned, John, and all of the things that you've going on, we stand with you to celebrate all of the great things that are happening for water resources in Martin County. And we would also just want to go on record to say that we would ask, I think you said it well, John, that there were benefits to not having the releases this past season. I echo and applaud that as well. I would ask the Water Management District to reconsider their operational policy decision that they have to give water to the Lake Worth Lagoon. When St. Lucie is being discharged, we automatically get water in the name of a false narrative of shared adversity. We also believe in having science support these decisions. We're very much supportive of that, and the science will show that the releases that are given to Lake Worth Lagoon are impactful to Lake Worth Lagoon, and there's actually no measurable benefit to the St. Lucie in doing so. So it's purely an optics decision, and it's not one that we support. And on a very positive note, I'd like to invite every one of you and your families to come to the Lake Worth Lagoon Fest this Saturday. It's from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's completely free, tons of family activities and a kids zone and everything related to the lagoon. A lot of the agencies around this table will be there, having staff represent them and their programs. And it's at the City of West Palm Beach waterfront, kind of close to the Green Market. So we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. All right, let's get to some business here. Approval of the meeting summaries. We got our July 2024 meeting. We would like to seek approval of the meeting minutes that were sent out to members. So we'll hang tight and we'll ask if there's a motion for those at this time.
I move acceptance of the minutes.
Thank you, Nick.
I second that.
A second by Lawrence. Thank you, Lawrence. Any discussion on the meeting minutes from the members or corrections? Hearing none. Any online? Not hearing any online yet. And let's go ahead and vote. Let's go ahead and have a vote in favor of the meeting minutes. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays online? All right, moved. Thank you. Adjourned. Our next topic, integrated delivery schedule. We had a great meeting yesterday, and it was a great workshop. I'd like to thank all of our presenters that were there, and we heard it several times in the whip around today about the integrated delivery schedule. So I would like to remind anybody watching, our audience and our members, that there's a recording of that workshop. So if you'd like to catch the full and robust discussion that happened during the day, you can catch that on the recording, and it's posted on the EvergladesRestoration.gov YouTube channel at this point in time. I'd like to ask Jennifer Reynolds and Ava Valles if they'd like to make some comments for our presenters.
Good morning again, everybody. Please, Dr. Elkington and Mindy, come on up as we're chatting, the two superstars there. So we found it helpful yesterday between Jen and I to talk about what happens before we go to construction. And so there's a lot of emphasis on Sub-South and the Blue Shanty. So first, I know that not everybody was together with us yesterday, so I just want to highlight, if you have your IDS placemat, the big topic of conversation yesterday really touches on a few rows that we want to highlight, just so you know where they are on here. In the blue section, you'll notice P5, which is Tamiami Trail Next Steps Phase 2, and that is the additional bridging and raising by our friends at DOT and National Park Service. And so I'm happy to see my friends from DOT here today. And so you'll notice that that is under construction. So if you look over to the right, it's a solid black line, which means it's led by federal, not the Corps in this case, but federal, which is why it's black, in partnership with the state. And then it's under construction and scheduled to be complete in 26. So that's one piece of the puzzle. Another piece of the puzzle is in the orange area under Central Everglades Project. And if you look at the area that says P14S, that is South Phase, which is interchangeable with the Blue Shanty Flowway that you hear folks talk about, even though those words are not on the IDS, that is what we're talking about. And so specifically, the Blue Shanty Flowway is a combination of features that are not yet on the landscape or some changes to existing features. So structures S631, 2, and 3, the gap, and the L67C levee and a spoil pile removal is under construction by the Corps of Engineers. You'll note that all of Sub-South is in black, which means the Corps is responsible for leading that construction with support from our partners, but that's on our side. And so in addition to that, pretty much all of these features below that are part of the flowway, but to emphasize there's a lot of questions about how do we unlock the Blue Shanty Flowway? How do we make sure it gets expedited? What does it mean? Help us understand how you work as partners behind the scenes. And so the S355 West Spillway, a key to unlocking the Blue Shanty. The 3 culverts across the L67A that are under construction, that is where the water comes in. Then you see below that, you notice where it says construct L67D as in David levee. That's the new levee that helps direct the flow once it comes into Water Conservation Area 3B. So you need that levee. That's not yet under construction. That's one of the areas that's coming up next. It's in the design phase, but Jen's going to talk about all the pieces before. Where you see those dotted lines, it's not just engineering plans that are covered in that. So Jen's going to cover that in a moment. And then important, the spillway, if you follow that new levee, the spillway is what will help us compartmentalize the L29 canal, which aligns with the 2-mile bridge that's already been completed. And then after all that, then you get to remove the segment below that L29 levee segment removal. That's the last piece. You can't remove that until all the other parts are done. So those, just a very high level, just to help everyone understand how all that fits together. And then I'll turn it over to Jen to talk about those dotted lines and everything that's in there. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, so I really appreciated Mark's comments this morning in the whip around about people who aren't working on each of these projects in great detail, take a look at the IDS and are like, why can't we just move the solid line to the left? And that's a really reasonable question. So I wanted to give a little context of what's in that dotted line and what's maybe ahead of the dotted line, and why is it hard to move a solid line to the left? Because it used to be easy. It used to just be about money, but we're not in that place anymore. The place that we're in now is that we have to think about all of the things that have to happen before you can actually put a bulldozer on the ground, right? And I'm using that figuratively. Not every one of our projects require bulldozers, although most of them do. So nobody panic that we are using bulldozers and other heavy equipment in our restored areas, but we are doing it very carefully. So what's included in that dotted line? So in that dotted line, sometimes we have land acquisition. Sometimes we have agreements. We have utilities that need to be relocated. There's an amazing amount of stuff that's actually underneath the dirt that nobody knows is there, but that make us all be able to live the way that we want to live. And so those are sewer lines and fiber optic cables and electrical lines and all kinds of things that are under the ground that have to be considered in parts of the design. And so really that dotted line is all about taking the plan that was developed in planning. So we do our planning studies, we write this report, it gets authorized in Congress, but the level of design that is considered in that planning study wouldn't allow us to then just go to construction. There's a very significant step of detailed design that's included in that dotted line. And so that includes more than just the engineering features, although the engineering features are also robust and include things like figuring out where all of those utilities are, figuring out where the new utilities that'll make those structures operate because they have gates and electronics, and we do water quality monitoring and flow monitoring. All of those take guts that make them work. And so how do we incorporate that? As well as how do we make sure all of the real estate that's needed is in place? And every part of that requires some agreement with somebody, whether it's a county or a local municipality or a private landowner or another agency. There's all of those agreements that have to be sorted out. And then there's the engineering work. Do we need geotechnical information? Do we need more soil data? Do we need cultural resource information? All of those kinds of things, some of which is done in planning, but not to the detail that's necessary. So that's all included in those dotted lines. There is always something that comes up that we weren't anticipating, or it's different than what we were anticipating. Every one of those things causes a delay. And what the public doesn't see and what the agencies don't see is that our phenomenal staffs, and it's not just the Corps and the Water Management District, although we do have a bulk of it, but it's with representatives from all of your agencies. We actually make most of those delays transparent, and we overcome them. But some of them take longer than what was in the original dotted line. And then that's when you see delays. And so what do we do about that? And how can we describe this better to the public in the future? We are working to try and figure out how do we advance portions of each of these projects so that we can start to achieve early benefits even before you see the end of that solid line. And so that's one of the things that over the next year, we're really going to wrestle with and figure out how do we communicate that better, that we are achieving those interim benefits and interim construction achievements that help us to achieve also interim ecological and hydrologic achievements even before projects are finished. So that if we can move 20,000 acre feet, even though the project benefits are for 50,000 acre feet, and I'm just making up numbers, but we can achieve 20,000 by doing parts of these construction and operating in part, we are doing that. And what we need to do is do a better job of how do we communicate that publicly in a way that people can understand and doesn't have everybody's eyes glaze over, but is meaningful and also helps demonstrate how the funding that we are receiving and how the leadership engagement that is being employed is bringing benefits on the ground. And so we're taking that on as a task of how do we do that and communicate that better. But I just wanted to give you all a little bit of insight into that we're really wrestling with this, and we're not just arbitrarily putting these lines based on the schedule that's in the PIR and then going forward. There's a lot of staff effort and a lot of wrestling, and there's a lot of really hard conversations from our bosses who have these on their desks like every day, who are like, what do you mean we're not going to start in first quarter of 25? And we're going to start in second quarter of 25. That's unacceptable. How do we get it back into first quarter? Those conversations from our leadership are happening every week on these projects. And we are challenging our staffs to come up with ways to slide things to the left in every way possible. And so I just wanted to add that context and give you those assurances, but that we really do need your help. And when we're asking for reviews on things like agreements, when a review gets passed, we needed it by next Friday, and instead it takes another week or another 2 weeks, that has cascading effects that then causes one of these lines to shift from a first quarter to a second quarter or a second quarter to a third quarter, because every time one agency delays, it causes delays in every other agency that needs to follow. So with that, I will turn it over to Tabitha, who's going to take us through the IDS. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Velez, for your additional context. I also just wanted to thank OERI staff and the task force for hosting yesterday's workshop. It was really exciting to have the level of engagement we did, and appreciate everyone who's taking time out of their schedule to be here today as well. And as always, it's an honor to brief this particular group and appreciate the opportunity. So today I'm going to provide an overview of the 2024 IDS update. If you haven't grabbed a copy from the front, highly recommend you do, so you can kind of follow along if you'd like. But just to reintroduce myself, I'm Dr. Tabitha Elkington with the Army Corps of Engineers Jacksonville District, and I'm a strategic program manager for the Everglades Restoration Program. All right, so today's presentation will include an overview of the 2024 Integrated Delivery Schedule, or IDS. Today I'll be giving you a quick overview of the project schedules on the front page. Gina Ralph is going to be presenting later today on the highlighted information on the back page for Recover for the system status report. I'll provide a quick overview of our operational planning table that's on the back, and also the status of the SERP 68 components. I'd also like to take a moment to highlight this year's logo. This is kind of one of the more fun parts of the IDS every year, as we try and make sure we've got a logo so people can differentiate the different versions. But this year we decided to highlight the Central Everglades, and we've got a little tree island there with a purple gallinule, a turtle, and a great egret. So just a quick overview of some of the public engagement we've had to date developing this year's integrated delivery schedule. We had 2 public engagement kind of workshops on August 2nd and August 9th, which are really informational sessions designed to help people understand all the content that's included in the integrated delivery schedule. We realize it's information dense and, would appreciate any thoughts and feedback as we look to continue to make sure this information is understandable and digestible to folks on the content, and realize we want to make sure it's legible. So we're starting to think about format and possible changes to make sure we continue to make sure everybody can read and understand the content in there as we continue to add projects to that first page. Then, as I mentioned yesterday, we had the kind of official release of the working draft at the task force sponsored workshop yesterday, and just appreciate all the engagement and comments we had yesterday. And then we anticipate releasing the final integrated delivery schedule on December 5th at the task force meeting that, as Adam mentioned this morning, hopefully we're going to keep in DC, but if not, we'll be right back here. So invite everybody to join us on December 5th for the presentation of the final 2024 IDS update. So what is the IDS? I know a lot of folks in this room are very familiar with it, but for those that are not, the IDS is really the roadmap for the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. It's a snapshot of this year's information in time, the best information we have available to date of the status of the program. And it reflects an optimized schedule of sequencing and strategy for planning, design, and construction that's based on engineering and science. So I know we say that, and it doesn't always, people don't always process what that means, but I think it really gets to Jennifer's comments of there's a lot that goes into developing these schedules every year, and really working with our technical staff and our program managers to make sure we have kind of the most up-to-date schedule based on all these challenges we encounter as we move these projects forward and do our best to accelerate things and keep them on track. The IDS also serves the purpose of the master sequencing and implementation plan that's described in the original CERT plan or the Yellow Book. Oops, missed a couple things to talk about on this one. So next I'm going to start stepping through the IDS section by section. This is on the very top of page 1. So on the upper right-hand corner, you'll see a table showing South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program investments to date. And as of FY23, we've invested $9 billion in restoring the Everglades, and that's a combination of federal and non-federal investments. And then kind of below that, the table below is really the legend for how you read the project schedules that appear on the first page. And you can see if a row is in blue or black, that tells you if it's led by the federal government or non-federal side. If it's blue, it's non-federal. If it's black, it's federal. And you'll note there's even a row where it's split between federal and non-federal, where one of us did design, the other did construction. And I think that really reflects the strength of the partnership, that we work so closely together that we can have that be the case for some projects. You'll also note that the row kind of shows, based on the fiscal year, what the status of the project is, if it's in design, if it's in construction, or if it's kind of in operational testing and monitoring. Those icons kind of tell you what phase the project is in. So this table, which is just below that information at the very top, shows the funds that were actually received in FY23 and FY24. And FY25 reflects the president's budget and the governor's budget. And you'll notice all these years are broken down by fiscal year rather than calendar year. And then for FY26 and beyond, these figures are projections that are based on that optimized schedule that appears below in the integrated delivery schedule. Also want to note that this table includes funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law, which allowed us to accelerate some projects that I'll highlight in the presentation of the schedules. And also wanted to note that the way our top line numbers are displayed assume contract award, the year a contract is awarded, where you see that black dot at the beginning of a solid line. We assume that we'll need to have all the funding available for the construction of a project in that year when the contract is awarded. The only exception to that is contract 11B for the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir. And on the IDS, it's listed as the embankment, outlet works, and inline spillway. And the funding for that project is incrementally funded. So it's broken out across the years of construction for that project. But otherwise, these top line numbers reflect kind of fully allocating the amount for construction in the year a construction contract is awarded. A couple other things to note, or I think I covered it all. Black or blue is federal versus non-federal. We've got the fiscal years there. And then also noting that the W's indicate years where we'll have an anticipated Water Resources Development Act, which is our opportunity to authorize new projects. So we anticipate there'll hopefully be one in 2024, and we'll cover the projects that are kind of teed up for consideration for Congress in this year if we're able to get a WRDA. All right, so next I'm going to step through our project schedule updates kind of section by section, starting with the non-SERP and foundation projects. Wanted to highlight that the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual Record of Decision was signed on August 10th, and we're now operating under that new regulation schedule for the lake. And that operational plan replaced LORS 08, that Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule that was last developed in 2008. So that's now officially been replaced by LOSUM. And also just to note that LOSUM represents a significant shift in operational philosophy to a system-wide benefits approach. Also of note here is the Kissimmee Headwaters Revitalization Operational Planning Study. That study is currently underway, and Kissimmee River construction of the Kissimmee River is complete, and this operational planning study is the process we need to undergo through to make sure we're operating that system to achieve full restoration benefits. So increment 1 is underway now. We'll have a second increment of that. And I think, sorry, are we in increment 1 or increment 2? Increment 1, just wanted to double check, thanks. All right. So then moving on to the first generation of SERP projects that were authorized and awarded 2007. Picayune Strand is on track to complete construction of all features by FY25, so really exciting to be getting so close to the finish line on Picayune Strand. And then also really exciting to say that all features of Indian River Lagoon South are now under construction, including the first construction contract for the C23, C24 North Reservoir, which is funded with a combination of annual appropriations and funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law that I mentioned earlier. Moving on to SERP Generation 2 projects that were authorized in WRDA 2014. The C43 West Basin Storage Reservoir is currently under construction and with the goal of being ready for testing by the next wet season, so making a lot of progress there. And then also of note, the first construction contract for the Broward County Water Preserve Areas project was recently awarded for the C11 impoundment land clearing, and that was also with bipartisan infrastructure law funds. And then in addition, Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, BBCW, construction is nearing completion and is scheduled to be completed by FY25, so also getting close to the end of construction there. And operational testing and monitoring is scheduled to be completed for BBCW in FY26. Now moving on to SERP Generation 3, which was authorized in WRDA 2016, which includes the Central Everglades Planning Project. And the Central Everglades Planning Project focuses on restoration of more natural flows into and through the Central and Southern Everglades by increasing storage and treatment south of Lake Okeechobee and improving conveyance to the Central Everglades and removing barriers to flow to Everglades National Park. That includes SEP South and the Blue Shanty Flowway that Ava highlighted earlier, as well as SEP EAA and other pieces. So wanted to highlight that construction of SEP New Water, that phase of SEP, the seepage barrier, is now complete. And construction is also now underway for all of the other phases of SEP, including SEP North, SEP South, and SEP EAA. For SEP South, some of the features that Ava highlighted in her opening remarks, we wanted to note that schedules for Contract 3B, which are the S355 West Gated Spillway, and Contract 2A, which is for the S356 East Pump Station and S334 Gated Spillway. Those schedules are currently kind of in final review and development, so wanted to identify we may have some schedule changes between this draft and the final, But we're making progress on some of those discussions. That's one where we've got some challenges with real estate our teams are working through that I think Ava and Jen mentioned. But hopeful on those that we'll continue to make good progress there. Then for SEP North, South Florida Water Management District anticipates several construction contract awards in this fiscal year for the L6 diversion, the S8 pump station, and the L5 canal improvements. For SEP EAA, Contract 11B for the embankment, outlet works, and inline spillway was awarded on September 27th. This is the largest construction contract award in Jacksonville District history. This is the one that I mentioned is incrementally funded and spread out across the years of construction. It's for $2.78 billion. So this is a really significant construction award. It's also the largest standalone civil works contract for all of the Corps this year. Construction is scheduled to be complete for this in FY34. And I think some of the kind of opening remarks on this one, we indicated, there's a lot that happens in that dotted line. And for us, there's also a lot that happens in the analysis that happens during the period of performance that's developed for the construction contract. So as we go through the procurement process, the design for the project is validated and finalized at the time of the award. We also account for weather days, knowing that not every day of weather in South Florida is conducive to construction. So kind of looking at all those additional details that go into that process of developing that period of performance analysis also helped get us to the schedule we've got displayed in this year's IDS. Moving on to SERP Generation 4, which was authorized in WRDA 2020. This is our most recently authorized project, which is the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. And this project is in that ... phase, that design phase. So then finally at the bottom of page 1, we've got projects that are still in the planning phase. And wanted to note that we've got 2 projects that are ready for consideration by Congress for potential authorization and award of 2024. And those 2 projects include the Western Everglades Restoration Project, or WERP, and the South Florida-led Section 203 study for the Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir, or LOCAR. So both of those are ready to be considered by Congress for authorization. Other projects that are in the planning phase that are currently underway include the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, or LOPE, and the BBCR, or Biscayne Bay Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project. And both of those are targeting WRDA 28 for potential authorization at this time. Then Southern Everglades, which is a new planning effort that hasn't kicked off yet. We're anticipating kicking off at the end of FY25. And we encourage everyone to participate in the scoping effort for this project as it kicks off. We're going to be using the scoping period to prioritize components for inclusion. So also just wanted to take a moment to highlight that you can see the side, the kind of column that lists the project name. And then next to it, you've got a column that includes a bunch of letters. And those are Yellow Book components. And you can kind of look at this and compare which projects across page 1 include which components from the original SERP Yellow Book and kind of see that combination. So planning studies that are already underway, we've already identified what components will be included. But for ones that kick off, we'll use the scoping period to identify what components might be examined for sure in that study. And then you can also kind of compare the status of those Yellow Book components on the back page, which I'll get to in a moment. So as I mentioned, later today, Gina's going to cover the system status report. So just wanted to note that we're highlighting that on the back of this year's integrated delivery schedule, but Gina will cover that in more detail later this afternoon. And then also taking a moment to cover the operational planning table that's on the back page. So this page kind of, even though it's hard to kind of make the connection sometimes, this kind of marries up with those project schedules that are on the front. We really want to make sure that we're focusing on delivering early benefits where we can and operating projects as soon as construction is completed to start delivering these ecosystem restoration benefits. So these schedules align with the construction schedules on the front to make sure we've got operational plans in place and ready to go to start operating these features once they're constructed. So a change to note this year compared to last year is we've colored in items in blue that have been completed. So you can see operational plans that have recently concluded, including LOSUM, that Lake Okeechobee operating plan is colored in blue. And then you can also see items in orange that are kind of current or planned efforts, and you can see their estimated time frame to complete those plans. So encourage folks to take a look, and this kind of shows you when we'll be able to have those operation plans in place and when we'll be able to start kind of getting some of those benefits with operations. So then moving on to the map on the back page. This map shows the rough location of the 68 components that are identified in the Yellow Book. As I noted, you can see how those components match up with projects by looking at that column on the front page. But the map on the back page gives you an overall summary of the status of the implementation of those Yellow Book components. And just as a little background, the SERP Yellow Book identified 68 components that are on that map, and the map shows the location and status of each component. You can also see those shaded areas are the areas of the recover monitoring regions. So as of 2024, 32% of Yellow Book components are complete or phase 1 implemented. 26 are in the authorized design or construction phase. 12% are in the planning or feasibility phase, and 26 are still pending, which means they could be considered for future planning studies. And 4% have been deauthorized. So that gives you an overall sense of, compared to the Yellow Book, how far along are we in implementing those components. And with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tabitha. Lawrence?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you very much, because this is pretty amazing. There was a time we didn't have this. And so we didn't have this incredible tool and this plan. This plan is very, very good, and it's also very, very hard. It's very, very good in that it provides that schedule for when everything's happening. It's very, very hard because now there's a schedule that shows when everything's happening, and it shows when we have slips. And, I really appreciate your kind of discussion on the ... and what is involved in that. And where I want to go with all of this is that communication is key, absolutely critical. This communicates a lot, but there's still a lot that it doesn't communicate. And it's trying to find that way to make sure that we have the big picture communications, and we hear stakeholders saying, well, we don't understand what happens with slips and what happens there. And that's the harder part. And I think communication is great when we can say we're going to have these projects and we're going to try to push projects faster and we're going to try to get benefit earlier. I think it's also very critical to communicate when we know that because this is such a large project and there are so many interim steps, that there can be interim negative impacts as well. And that kind of leads into the system status report that, we're moving fast, but everything is not green at all. And everything should not be green because it's not completed yet. And I kind of go back to my world, which was Kissimmee River Restoration, was we were monitoring along the way and we were able to show interim benefits. And the easiest thing for me to do was to pick up a vegetation map when I had someone who was very important in front of me and asking about the project. And I could show 1957, look at this vegetation map, what do you see? I could show interim condition. And I would say, is it different from there? Yes, we were getting some benefit. It was really cool. And then I would go back to the precondition again. Does it look like that? No, it doesn't. And it shouldn't right now because we don't have headwaters in place. So there's tools out there that can say we have interim change, and interim change can be positive, and interim change can be negative. But when we know we're going to have either getting that information out quickly to people that need to know, and in a way that's understandable, very easily understandable, is critical for us moving through this and working through those road bumps, because we're bringing that information forward, we're bringing it forward very transparently, and we're showing we are working hard, and this is hard work. So I think that we're on the right track. We're asking the right questions today. We're hearing it's not a negative when we're trying to make something better. So I like that everybody comes to the table and we have those tough discussions. And if you have that thing, it's perceived maybe at first as a negative, but it's not, because it's trying to make us better collectively and trying to make this whole project flow better, be informative, and be successful in the end. So I'm really appreciative of the discussion so far today. Yes, Gina.
Gina Ralph, Corps of Engineers. I'd just like to add to what Lauren said about the expectation for showing results with some of our indicators. We may show some colors this afternoon that are red, and they're red not just because we don't have projects operational on the ground, but I also like folks to keep in mind that different indicators have different times in which they will respond. We have some indicators that will respond very rapidly to those changes, and others that may take years to respond. So I just wanted to add a little bit to what Lauren said for managing expectations for those interim benefits and interim risks.
Just looking for other comments around the table or members online. I'd like to say, Tabitha and Mindy, thank you. This is the most complex one-pager anybody has ever received, but the level of detail and planning that goes in creating it really does provide the support and provides a confidence level for folks that are reading it and using it. And we heard yesterday how important it was to our NGO partners and the public. Looking around the table, John Mayle.
Thank you, Tabitha, for that presentation. I wanted to kind of jump onto the point that Jennifer and Tabitha both made about the planning process and just empathize a bit on exponentially smaller projects that our division does. Sometimes it takes 6-7 years to get to construction on a really tiny project for things like real estate or utility relocations, things like you identified. So that's a really cool explanation. I mean, we might not like it, but it's good information. But I wonder, is the authorization of new projects and WRDA bills, does that have the effect of flattening? Is that the right word for the IDS as you move those projects from the planning phase into the approved project phase? You've got fixed dollars that you're allocating, or is it not a money issue at all?
Thank you, John, for that question. So there's a couple different parts to that answer, and from the South Florida Partnership, I would ask Jen to speak about that. So from the Corps perspective, when the Congress acts on a study or a report, like what we have teed up this year, whether it's LOCAR or whether it's Western Everglades as an example, first, we move it from the white side and it gets its own color, right? So then for those of you that followed us or were with us on Western Everglades, there's an implementation plan that's in Western Everglades, and now we have to find it real estate here on the IDS, right? So then that happens, meaning every single feature has to have its own design schedule. And that typically is a design maturity, to use a term that we use quite a bit, that is lower because it is a feasibility study, right? It's an understanding, is it technically feasible? Is it policy compliant? That's the question that the Congress is answering. Yes, there's a federal interest and it's technically feasible and policy compliant. That's as far as we get with a WRDA authorization. After that, we have all the work to do to go out in the field and to gather that. So how that translates to money is we do then have additional needs in order to go out in the field and gather that data that gets added to what is already on the list above and all the other colored areas. Once we get ready to award, one of the significant changes that, Mark, to answer your question, like, can't discern a pattern here. There are too many variables. This is a multi-criteria decision analysis, is what the IDS is. So the variable that significantly changed for us, for the Corps in recent years, is that in prior IDSs, we could show that we could incrementally fund our construction contracts. If you really listen to Tabitha's introduction, she says one of the big changes that you'll see from the Corps is that we have to fully fund a construction contract the time it's awarded. And the only one in the nation for the Corps that has the permission to be incrementally funded is 11B, the one that we just awarded. We have that much support, but that change is one of the things you see that looks different, because there's no way that I could have predicted that, but that's one of the many things that happen that are variables that inform the process, that we adjust and we adapt and we move along. So to your point, when you get an additional project authorized, it is additive to the top line. Yes.
Melody?
I have just a quick question. First, thank you, Tabata, for this excellent presentation. But the second periodic SERP update that's coming next year, how would that impact the results from this study? Would impact this? So I saw in all the 2 pages, one just at the footnote, and this, how would this SPCU result will impact the IDS?
Thank you, Melody. That's an excellent question. So the IDS shows you what's been authorized for design and construction, right? Those are the colored bars. And then below, in the white bar, it says these are the next series of reports that we take to the Congress to ask permission for construction, for design and construction. Then the question is, well, what comes next? What comes after BBCR? What comes after LOBE? What comes after Southern? The SERP update informs that collective decision. The system status report is the last one that we did. The reason Southern came after BBCR is because the last report showed the Southern coastal systems in red with the lowest score. That's what led to Southern being next. And so the science is what determines the SERP update, is the information we need to say, what of those pending components that Tabitha described and Mindy described, where do we go next? That's how we can use it.
We're just going to wait a second, see if we've got any questions online, looking around the room. Last call. All right, thank you for the excellent presentations. Thank you for all the effort that has gone into this and bringing it forward to the group. We have an 11:25 to 11:35 break. I think I'll take the chair's prerogative and take the break on time. And we come back, we'll hear the executive director's report from Adam. All right, thank you. Welcome back. Let's roll right into Adam's executive director's report.
Thank you, James. Welcome back after that short break. Thanks for doing that, James. Very timely, the prerogative of the chair. So very briefly, big year for the OERI, big year for your all's participation. All the reporting that we have to do can't be done without you all here at the table, your teams that are supporting you to report on the WRDA 1996 directives on the integrated financial plan and the cross-cut budget. Both of those, the IFP and the cross-cut budget, have been completed, and they are posted on the EvergladesRestoration.gov report section. We encourage you all to peruse that information, very detail-oriented, and again, can't thank you all enough for that. Couldn't do it alone to pull it all together. The main lift right now is the biennial report from encompasses July 1st to June 30th. Again, couldn't have completed it without your all support. Again, part of the WRDA 1996 directive, and really urging you all. Some of you get A+s for responding back with your comments and support or additional items. We have a charge to go. Would be great to get some of those responses by the end of the week or as soon as possible to get this approved by the task force. Sorry, I skipped a step. This was sent out to the task force for approval. So please, if you can, work with your task force member to get this response back to the office as soon as possible. Again, we've received a couple of responses from the agencies out already. So anyhow, regarding the December 5th, the next slide, please, task force meeting, we already covered that, still working on getting suggestions from Nick here. He's looking into stuff as well with USGS. So any other suggestions we're open to, and I can get you the specifications if you need for what we're looking for in a meeting space. That's it, James.
Well, for that, Adam, for that meeting space, we need a large room, and we need a large enough room, but it also needs to have the technical capabilities to support what we have going on here with a two-way communication with the audience, correct?
What we're used to, that's correct. One other thing is, also I forgot to mention is we're working on the 2025 schedule, and we do have gear on this, Nick, to stay away from, right? It's one of the highlighted items on the schedule. We're working with the chairs to get that posted. So, but yes, the technology is quite important to public and other engagement for those that are not able to be present real time.
Adam, I think I might ask that OERI shares that schedule when it gets to the point with that with our folks in Recover, because Recover Leadership Group is scheduling out throughout the next year as well or beyond. So it'll prevent that conflict, or it gives an opportunity to join meetings up for travelers. So our task force biennial report is with the task force, waiting for approval, and we'll get an email approval, correct?
Yes, that's what the members, such as Roger Young.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much. Agenda item number 6, the Army Corps of Engineers Program and Project Update. Ava?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight the progress made by the partnership on the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. With the discussion, Mr. Chair, with your okay, I think that I will help us gain some time today. I have some programmatic level activities that I want to talk about. And then since we've had so much discussion on the projects, I may not review those slides just to gain some ground here on our schedule if it's okay with you. But I'll pause when I get to those to make sure it's okay.
Please proceed, Ava. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So our agenda for this update is am I showing? It's not advancing. Click the page down. Okay, thank you. We have some highlights for the program level activities, our water management operations, some highlights of projects and planning, and then design and construction. I want to focus our discussion today here on these two items at the program level. We have a congressional requirement to provide a report to Congress on the status of the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. So this is SERP congressional requirement. And so if many of you were with us in 2020, we published the 2020 SERP report to Congress. I encourage you to take a look at it. It's on our website as well as the OERI website. It is time now to publish the 2025 report. And so the reporting period is between July of 2020, where the last report left off, and June 30th of 2025. This is an excerpt of the actual language that was in the Water Resources Development Act of 2000 that talks about a determination by each secretary. And so there is not only a report, but an important series of letters by our agency leaders that are from the Assistant Secretary of the Army, by the Environmental Protection Agency, by the state of Florida, and by some others. Just so wanted to make sure that you all knew that we are now kicking off that important effort. And this is a very high-level schedule of what that will look like. And so I come to you today asking for members of this team to participate. And I know the text is small, but at the very, very top, the top two rows is where I'm asking on behalf of our team for a designated agency POC, a person that will be able to talk to us, collaborate with us, and provide information to update each of the projects. But it's not just about projects. It has chapters on events of ecological significance, such as hurricanes. It has chapters on the state of the science. So the system status report is key to informing what is in the SERP report to Congress. Those are nested reports, and we do that very deliberately. So kudos to Gina, who will be presenting on the progress made by that team, because it is essential for that to be then nested in with the SERP report to Congress. So I'm asking today, Mr. Chair, with your permission, for members of all of your agencies that have interest to participate, and more importantly, to reach out to me and to Tabitha Elkington with a name of who we can talk to about this important effort that we are kicking off. Then the next program level item that I want to provide an update on is the agreements needed in order to continue the important work of the National Academy of Sciences, which we will get a report on that in just a little bit. But in order to do that, we need agreements, which is a theme of today, right? What do we need in the time preceding the action in order to make sure that things keep moving forward? And so in this case, it is time to renew the agreements that help support this effort. So we have a memorandum of agreement. These are two separate agreements, but they work together. So the first agreement is a memorandum of agreement that has to be amended to extend the time. And this agreement is between the Department of Interior, the Corps of Engineers, and the state of Florida. And we have a proposed extension through 2029 of the existing memorandum of agreement that is under review at our Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works office currently. It has been coordinated with the parties to the agreement previously, and as soon as we get the green light from the ASA's office, then we will transmit to the other signatories so that we can get that executed. And so I checked in with our staff at the ASA yesterday and today, and it is certainly on the list for clearance from the ASA. The second item is a cooperative agreement, and that agreement is between the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the National Academy of Science. So this is how the report actually gets done. So the first one is the three large agencies come together and agree that we have a congressional mandate, and this is how we're going to work together to fund that work. The second agreement is the actual, think of them as the implementing agencies that actually perform the work itself. And so that's between the National Academy of Sciences and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And so this agreement, this cooperative agreement that we are going to be executing is just days away. Want to make sure you're all aware that it is in the amount of 1.9, just under $2 million that will be paid to the National Academy for this work. We anticipate it to go through the end of 2028. And again, just a few days away from getting clearance within this one's between Jacksonville District and the National Academy. So we're close to getting that one done. So before I move on to operations, I just want to pause, Mr. Chair, with your permission, for any questions about that particular part, because it's so different than everything else.
Nothing online. Looking around the room for the agreements? Nothing. Thank you very much, Eva. Please proceed.
Okay, great. And so moving on to highlights of operations. Lake Okeechobee here. So on the left-hand side, you will note we have the elevation in NGVD in that datum. And so you can see that blue trace follows along with the actual stage that Lake Okeechobee has experienced over the last several months. And as of the time of publishing this slide, we were just under 16, but as of today, we're closer to 16.1. Our sincere apologies to everyone who watches our website closely. You'll notice if you go to our website today, we've got some issues with the recordings. We are working really hard to get that remedied as soon as we can, because we know folks check our water levels every single day. And so those aren't currently working properly, but we will get that fixed as soon as we can. It's been something we've been dealing with for the last couple of days. But the team's estimate for Lake Okeechobee is about 16.1, maybe a little bit above that as of today. And then we do see a rising trend in the next couple of days for Lake Okeechobee. Again, this is as mentioned many times today, we are in the Lake Okeechobee System Operations Manual for Lake Okeechobee, and so you will see Zone A, Zone BC, and Zone D. And so we are in Zone D as in Delta, actively within the current Lake Okeechobee condition. Then moving over to the east of Lake Okeechobee, we have the C44 reservoir. I just checked before I came up on the water level itself, and so we are seeing the reservoir recede. It was at about 9 feet or just above that when we were watching storms, and we were concerned about that. But thankfully, we were able to make it through that period. And although the slide says 9.1, I just checked this morning, and it's just under like 8.8-ish. And so the reservoir starting to recede, which is good news. It's what we would want in the dry season, so that we can gain space as we finish the wet season and go into the dry season. Kissimmee River restoration, we have completed some navigational signage that was necessary at the S69 weir. So we were able to complete that work in September. We also had to do some repairs to the S69 weir that were the result of Hurricane Ian in 2022. We finished one portion of it and kicked off one more item that we needed to fix. So that was good news there for S69 weir. A lot of activity in Kissimmee. We have increment 1 of the headwaters revitalization schedule that was approved in August and currently in operations. We also kicked off the second increment, or the full headwaters revitalization operational study scoping period, in August as well. We had open house meetings, in person and virtual, in September. And I think I mentioned that last bullet. All right, so then we've been at the lake, we've been north of the lake, we've been east of the lake, and now we're going to be in the southern part. And so looking over there on the map with water conservation area 1, 2, and 3, which are water conservation area 3A, and the southern Dade conveyance system is governed by the combined operations plan. And so just reaffirming that we continue to work together on a multi-year planned deviation in response to requests from the Miccosukee Tribe, South Florida Water Management District, and FWC to address concerns with elevated water levels in water conservation area 3A. This one is just, it's a lot of numbers. The bottom line message of this is to make sure that we share with you the tracker. Look at the very bottom row. That's the current year. And so you can see the trend between the green and the blue, and then towards the pink, how we have increasing amounts of water being delivered across Tamiami Trail. Like that's the goal and the message being provided here. And then also, if you're interested in the month-to-month numbers, those are available for you as well. Now moving on to where we're going. So COP, Combined Operations Plan, is the current operational or water control plan for the southern part of the system. Where we will be going with new infrastructure will be the SEP operational plan. And so we are also developing an in formulation of alternatives and modeling for SEP 1.0. We are actively incorporating Indigenous knowledge. We are under consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we have round 2 modeling in progress. Moving into the planning highlights, we have, so again, these are the parts that are in the white section of the integrated delivery schedule, not yet approved for design and construction by the Congress, but under analysis. So we have Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, which has 2 parts. Looking at the image on the upper left, you've got the green shaded areas, which are the wetland restoration components, the Kissimmee River Center, and the Paradise Run wetland. And in addition to that, there are the red circles, which are the ASR, Aquifer Storage and Recovery well clusters that are a part of the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. The current status of those 2, I'll go in parts. So on the wetland restoration, we are gathering or in the process of gathering additional data. It was one of the topics that we had earlier today related to the maturity of our engineering design. And so what is enough information in order to arrive at a cost estimate that we can then take to the Congress for consideration? We have to get more information for the wetland restoration sites, which includes additional geotechnical borings, so soil data, as well as topographic survey data than what we previously had. That will then inform an updated cost estimate of construction so that then we can finish the report for congressional consideration, which is a change. I did brief this several months ago, but I keep on repeating it just so that if anyone has questions, I'm here to provide information. And so then moving into ASR, I only have 2 bullets here, and I certainly want to allow Mindy, who will talk about the unbelievable efforts that the Water Management District is doing to further ASR, but I don't ever want to steal their thunder, so I will only talk about what the Corps is doing here. So our Engineering and Research and Development Center, ERDIC, is working to answer some important questions that remain on ASR, remain for the Corps leadership on the regional implementation on ASR. And so I was lucky to be able to sit in on an update last Friday afternoon where both the Water Management District team and the ERDIC teams shared information on the advancement of the science they're doing. There's a ton of lab work ongoing by the ERDIC team, as well as all the important work that the South Florida team is doing. And so that is what's going on with ASR. Western Everglades Restoration Project, happy to report that the chief's report was signed by Lieutenant General Spellman in September. This was one of the very last reports he was able to sign before he released command as Chief of Engineers. Moving then to the southeast part of our area, we have the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Restoration Study. And so this study needs additional time and funds in order to continue. And so we call it a request for additional resources, or you may have heard us call it a waiver or an exception. And that has made it all the way up to our headquarters. Leadership has been reviewed, and they agree that we do need more time and money in order to complete this important study. I will tell you that as soon as that makes it across from the headquarters team to ASA, this will be the largest study in the region. So South Atlantic Division has many districts, not just Jacksonville District, and this will be the largest study in the region because of its complexity in our area, which we know and love, but just to give you that context of what we take on every time we do one of these studies, BBC is one of those. And so the reason that we need more time and money has to do with now that we have selected a best performing plan in the formulation process, meaning we looked at a bunch of alternatives and we looked at things we can add to the landscape. You'll hear it again, engineering design maturity. So what do we know about the existing features, and what do we need to go get in order to inform what the Congress can act upon as a cost estimate? And so because of how urbanized this area has become, because of how close everyone is, and also the soil conditions, we need more data in order to get to the right level of confidence of what it's going to cost should this get authorized by the Congress. And so that's one of the drivers of needing more time and money to finish that extremely important and urgent study. So this is a sister program that I think I heard Jen Reynolds mention it before. You know, our area, everything has become connected. And so the CNSF flood resilience studies, what I want you to take away from the slide is on the left-hand side, you'll see planning reach A, B, C, and D. And those correlate to the colored sections or spatial areas on the map on the right. And so A is the red, B is the purple, C is the kind of bluish, and D is the yellow. And so we first, you would have heard me talk about it as the CNSF 216 study in past reports. We looked at this whole area as one study. And so we made a lot of progress in our understanding of how truly urgent it is to address the flooding in those communities. You know, cities like Fort Lauderdale and Miami experience sunny day flooding, and you hear about that. This study helps address that issue. And so because of its complexity and its size, we are now moving into an integrated path forward where with the leadership of the state of Florida and the South Florida Water Management District and Broward County, those three agencies should be commended with what they've been able to do here. Under Planning Reach A, Broward County will move forward as a Section 203 study. That wording will sound familiar to you if you participated in LOCAR or if you participated in the EAA reservoir several years ago, which is the Water Management District led the effort. That's what they're doing here in the red area. Very urgently needed. Planning Reach B, the Water Management District is working with FEMA. Planning Reach C is what we continue to advance under the 216 banner, which is downtown Miami. And so the Corps of Engineers will continue to lead that together with South Florida Water Management District. If you've participated in the Back Bay study in Miami, that nests with Planning Reach C. So downtown Miami, Brickell, Miami River, that area is what Planning Reach C is trying to tackle. And then D is the South Dade Basins, which if you look at the maps, that one nests with BBCR. if I haven't made you tired yet, let's go back up to the top of the system where we are kicking off a brand new study on Shingle Creek and Kissimmee River. This one again is to address flooding and needs of storage in the upper part of the system, and that kicks off in January. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'm actually going to pause here because I think we covered all of these already in our IDS discussions. And so I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Ava. That was an excellent presentation. Let's look around the room for questions. Adam's going to check online for us. Ava, thank you very much for the information. We got one here.
Just a quick question. So for SEP 1.0, so I was checking the IDS, and it mentioned that the first phase of SEP 1.0 includes partial SEP South, so the projects that will be implemented at the time, following the schedule, but partial work region 4. So that means that the first phases of SEP would also include some of the culverts?
Yes, ma'am. That's what we've been looking at, those changed conditions that we've been talking about all morning. How do we adapt the L28 South culverts because the Water Management District was able to advance those so quickly. We're trying to figure out how to add those to SEP 1.0 as well.
That's great news. Thank you.
That's good, and that's advancing right in line with a lot of the priorities we heard yesterday. Looking around the room, okay, I'm going to remind the members on both teams to don't forget to reach out to Ava or Tabitha as a point of contact for the report to Congress that the Corps is preparing. Thank you very much, Ava. This will start our first public comment period. I'd like to encourage anybody, I have a few cards here. I'd like to encourage anybody from the public who would like to speak to fill out a card. The cards I have, I'm going to call from in the order they were received, and I'd like to ask everyone to keep it to about 3 minutes. And I have Newton Cook and Caitlin Newcamp will be on deck. Newton, let's get you a microphone. Hold tight. Could we? Thank you.
We'll work it out. As I've said before, this is my favorite meeting I go to because we actually have all the really important players here, and people also know what they're doing and have years of experience and study on these subjects. I'm not going to do the rant that I did yesterday. No need of repeating it over and over. And Mr. Bergeron kind of helped me out on a couple of things. But we've gone through this meeting again, and I noticed Eva mentioned some work north of the lake. I don't think I have to tell you that will be done many, many, many years into the future. Nothing is being done about Lake Okeechobee, the heart of the entire Everglades system at this point. Somebody tell me a project on Lake Okeechobee that's on this list. Tell me one. Lake Okeechobee is being destroyed, self-inflicted. And no one is doing anything about the heart of the Everglades, where all the water that goes east, west, and south comes from. We're putting 500 tons of phosphorus into that lake every year for 50 years, ever since they channelized the Kissimmee. Why is there not a project to get that phosphorus out of the muck in the bottom of that lake? Because right now it's all stirred up. And guess what? When you let that water out of the lake, guess where it's going? And you're going to clean the water out of the lake that's got phosphorus that never should have been in the lake, and we're doing absolutely nothing to get it out of the lake. Why? Why is it not on one of these projects? We just put LOSUM into effect. Within a year, Lake Okeechobee lost the Bassmasters top 10 bass fishing lake in North America ranking. Why? no submerged aquatic vegetation for the fish and wildlife. Why? Because the lake is purposely held too high, too long, too often. By the plan we just put into effect that says in the very beginning, not good for the ecology of the lake. Why would this group ever let a plan go into effect that admittedly says it's destructive for the lake? And then we wonder why the water doesn't get clean. We wonder why we're looking at a lake that's dying, the heart of the Everglades, self-inflicted, and we don't have a single project in the lake today to clean that lake up and to get it healthy again. If you cannot clean up Lake Okeechobee, you do not have Everglades restoration.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Caitlin?
Good afternoon, task force members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Yesterday, I spoke a little bit about some of the projects that are slipping, but today I want to highlight some of the successes of SERP and what we've accomplished so far that's highlighted on the IDS. So we just want to thank the Army Corps, the district, all the agencies represented here for their remarkable cooperation and unprecedented efforts to restore the Everglades. As several members noted in the beginning, it is essential to recognize the significant progress that has been highlighted on the IDS, and the workshop was really helpful yesterday as well. So a few in particular I just want to highlight. It's really exciting to see the commencement of the first SERP project that started construction. So that's the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. We know this initiative represents one of the most ambitious restorations in the entire Everglades. It aims to revitalize 55,000 acres of wetlands by converting hundreds of miles of old roads and canals back into vital habitat for the wood stork and the Florida panther, an achievement that's truly worthy of celebration. Moreover, I would like to commend the awarding of 3 contracts this month, which will significantly enhance our water storage and resilience capabilities in the Central Everglades. The C-111 impoundment, located within the Broward County Water Preserve area, is particularly vital for reducing phosphorus levels and improving stormwater management in the region. Additionally, the contract for the C-2324 North Reservoir will play a crucial role in enhancing water quality within the most biologically diverse estuarine system in the continental U.S. And then finally, I also want to highlight the historic significance of the third contract, the EAA embankment. That's the largest in Jacksonville's history, and we know that this is a monumental step forward to build the crown jewel of Everglades restoration and will ultimately provide us with the capacity to convey billions of gallons of water southward. So I just want to thank you all again for your tireless effort and your leadership and commitment to this essential work, and we're really looking forward to seeing continued momentum and future successes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Cox, please. You may use the microphone here. Oh, okay.
All right, good morning, task force members, working group, and science coordination group members. Kelly Cox with Audubon, Florida. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to comment today. I want to thank you for this thoughtful discussion and for the leadership and the great work of your staff in moving these projects forward, and particularly the great work of the Army Corps staff and the Water Management District staff in advancing this draft integrated delivery schedule. It is certainly no small feat to get to this point. And as we've talked about, we've really enjoyed a historic level of funding at both the state and federal levels on Everglades restoration. And that's been thanks to the tremendous leadership of our state administration and our federal administration. And that's also set a really ambitious path forward for us. And to that end, we have quite a road ahead of us. And we've heard today about a few of the slips on the IDS, including the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, BBC, and of course, SEP South. And I'm not going to spend time belaboring SEP South. I think we've heard enough today about how critically important it is to move that project forward. And instead, I just want to call attention to the fact that thanks to the good work of the Water Management District, the Corps, DOT, and so many other partners in this room, we have moved forward through some of those initial obstacles, and we are on a path forward to address those obstacles and are trying to get Step South back on track for this final IDS. And that is super commendable. And that's a testament to all these folks in this room today and the great work that you're doing. And so in the coming fiscal years, we have a lot of work to continue to do to meet the charge and to continue to try to fully fund the IDS. We haven't done it yet, and that's a big monumental task before us that I know those of us in the NGO community are still going to continue to try to do. And it's worthwhile because, as Jen Reynolds mentioned earlier today, there are huge interim benefits that we can deliver on through the interim stages of this IDS. So what that means is that every single dash, every single dot, every single piece of this IDS is worthwhile. It represents a lot of work and a lot of potential benefit for the ecosystem. It's no small task, and we really want to thank you all for the work that you do to get every single incremental part of this done. We see it, we see you, we appreciate you, and we want to thank you for all you continually do to slide this schedule to the left. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That's our online, that's our in-person comments here. We have one online member. Anybody else online would like to comment, please raise your hand. And I've got Scott Polowitz, please, online.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Scott Polowitz, the executive coordinator with Friends of Biscayne Bay. It was great attending in person yesterday and meeting you all. I want to start by thanking everyone, especially Jennifer Reynolds, who shared additional info today on why the delays occur in the IDS and just providing additional context for that process. That was very helpful. So I won't go over everything I went over yesterday, but Biscayne Bay is hugely important for Miami-Dade County as both recreation, relaxation, tourism, and economically. It contributes $64 billion of economic impact, which is felt on the local level, state level, and the national level. Biscayne Bay additionally is 2 aquatic preserves, we are at the 50th anniversary of both the aquatic preserves, and Biscayne National Park, which you all know. And it's important to keep in mind, additionally, that Biscayne Bay is the Everglades, historically connected hydrologically, ecologically, and culturally. Unfortunately, we're at a tipping point at our current time, evidenced by the numerous fish kills and seagrass die-offs over the past few years. And the BBCR project would be a great way to reverse these changes and restore Biscayne Bay. And the best way, as we know, is by improving water quality. So it's vital that these projects include plans to recapture water and reroute it south to lower Biscayne Bay, coastal wetlands, and Everglades National Park, because then we can capture benefits for a greater amount of the system. So I'm here today to urge you not to delay BBCR and the Southern Study further. Again, thank you for the context. That's not always necessarily a funding issue. I think in that context, it's important that we need to come together as partners and think of creative solutions to get around these time delay hurdles, such as thinking in different ways about real estate acquisition or jump-starting projects with alternate funding sources so we don't necessarily have to go through all the hurdles while still making sure we achieve the best outcome for the residents and for the environment and for the ecosystems. So I'm just advocating for that. These projects are hugely important. There's significant development pressure in Miami-Dade County on the western and coastal wetlands. So it's a real possibility that by the time these projects get going, the land won't be available for the features we need. And just to finish up, it was promising to hear that summer 2025 is being targeted for a TSP. And it's vital we secure that so we can protect these lands from development. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an additional online comment. Ariana Paz Bristol.
Hi, yes, can you guys hear me?
We got you. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, so my name's Ariana. I want to say that while I do live with the Olsons, I am speaking for myself. All right, I'm speaking about stuff that I've seen, stuff that I've witnessed. I'm not speaking as a landowner. That being said, after yesterday's meeting, I was there in person. Cindy Thomas came up to us to introduce herself and to give us her card. I think that's great progress. And while the discussion ended with us agreeing to disagree, she did help me understand the bureaucracy part of the WARP project. And for context, I am talking about Region 2 of WARP. I hope that with this phone call, I can help the bureaucratic branch understand the landowner concerned, right? The biggest qualm right now is with the addition of a closable culvert in this area. I have in front of me right now an email from Steve Basin dated on March 20th of this year. And in this email, he says the Seminole tribe intends to keep the gates open, right? This was a result of a model that was done that shows that when the culverts are closed, the lands will be decimated, basically. There's going to be major flooding. So because of that, the Seminoles wrote a letter saying we will not close these culverts. For the life of me, I do not understand why we're wasting money and resources on the addition of a closable culvert that will never be closed, right? That's issue one. Issue two, I have heard from multiple people that the land acquisition language and the budget allocation of 10K an acre is purely legal jargon that's required for a worst case scenario. I personally do not like that language. It makes everyone nervous, but from a legal standpoint, I get it. All right. On that same token, shouldn't we also calculate the panther habitat units that would be lost in a worst case scenario? It's problematic when behind closed doors, I see, FOIA released emails calling these primary panther habitats that need to be carefully considered. And yet openly, there's no mention of the panthers. You guys don't talk about panther habitat units that could be lost. The only thing that Congress will hear about the panthers is that this is great for the panthers as a whole. That's, a lie by omission is still a lie. And this brings me to my final point. And please understand, I am speaking for myself. This was told to someone who doesn't want to say this out loud just yet. I'm going to say it because I feel like it needs to be said. Our first course of action, right? The first thing we did when we found out about WARP was try to get in contact with a Florida Panther expert, anyone, a biologist, a vet, whatever it is. Most of the people that we reached out to were worried about WARP, but they were told that they cannot speak out against this project because they will lose their job. We were told that by multiple people. We cannot have sound science when we forbid scientists from being able to do their job. That's politics. I don't like politics. I want this to be done correctly. But in order for this to be done correctly, we need everyone's input. All right? That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands online, at this time, we'd like to break for lunch. It is 12:20. We'll ask everyone to return back at the scheduled time of 1:15. Promptly. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for returning promptly. The clock on the wall is a little bit fast, so according to my time, it's right at 1:15. Thank you very much. Let's roll right into agenda item number 7 with Mindy Parrott. Lawrence, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome Mindy Parrott. She is our Principal Federal Policy Analyst and basically the lead project manager for our SERP efforts.
Involved in getting this meeting going. It's great to be here again at the Working Group and Science Coordination Group to give you an update on everything that we are doing at South Florida Water Management District to keep all of these projects moving in the right direction. So just quickly, we have, of course, the federal projects with the Corps, SERP, and projects like Kissimmee and South Dade, and those projects are shown in the green dots, more or less. But we also have a number of other programs, such as NEEP, Northern Everglades and Estuaries, where we work with other stakeholders, other local governments, private landowners, other state agencies to implement similar projects that get us toward the ultimate goal of water that's the right quality in the right place at the right time. So I'm going to add a few of those projects in as I go through the updates today. So first of all, it's been said, multiple times, we've got record funding, and again, FY25, lots of money for all of our projects and programs, including SERP. And it wouldn't be a district update if we didn't have pictures of ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings. And earlier this year, we celebrated the completion of the SEP new water seepage barrier. And also, we kicked off the WERP L28 South culverts. Some other contract award highlights from this last year were all about, storage and support for storage and projects that prevent or reduce harmful discharges. And that was part of the governor's directive to us in his executive orders. So those projects include 2 IRL South projects and a SEP EAA canal conveyance. But if you look at FY25, we got a whole nother list of more projects that are in that dotted dot design part that are almost to the end of that and almost ready for procurement and award. And so you'll see some of these coming up in FY25, which is now. And it's, I think Jen Reynolds said that we were looking at, for our district, $1.8 billion in awards. And I think these projects listed here, and this might not even be all of them, are at least $1 billion. So we are full speed ahead, pedal to the metal. Another thing that's been, part of that effort under the executive order was storage, right? So we worked on the study for low car, and we're happy to say that that is all teed up for WRDA 24. The official status, the record of decision was signed, and it has been transmitted to the Office of Management and Budget for clearance for WRDA. And also in the Lake Okeechobee region, aquifer storage and recovery is an important part of SERP, and we continue to work on the scientific and financial uncertainties. We're doing that as part of our science plan and with ERDIC, the Engineer Research and Development Center of the Corps. And so those programs and products, as they come in, will be implemented and, incorporated into our science plan. And Science Plan version 2 was just this week posted to our website for public review and comment. So if you go to SFWMD.gov/ASR and you scroll all the way down, you'll find our Science Plan version 2 and all of its appendices and all of the information and data that we've collected around ASR and the treatment needed for ASR. So we look forward to receiving your comments and input on that. So Lake Okeechobee watershed is large, and we are also doing other kinds of projects with other stakeholders to provide storage, and Parton Family Ranch is one of those. We had a ribbon cutting recently for the completion of that project, which provides local flood relief while also providing nutrient reduction. So moving over to the Indian River Lagoon, and I said it yesterday and I'll say it again, we're like full speed ahead with IRL, right? All of the major projects, features have at least one construction contract awarded. So between the district and the Corps, all of them are underway, got going. So it's really exciting time. The district also awarded a contract in October for recreational features at the STA. So that will bring in additional support for recreation at that site. And we're also continuing construction with the C-23-24 estuary discharge diversion. And as we begin construction of the South Reservoir and the C-25 RSTA, we are also starting to talk about our partnership plan for phase 2. So more to come on that later. Dot, dot, dot. Right. Those dots are a little farther apart than the other dots, but we'll get there. So here's some construction photos of our progress for the EDD. Looking on the left is looking south from somewhere near the pump station, near the C-23 canal, and on the right is the where the EDD canal joins with the outer ditch of the C-44 reservoir. So it's all kind of coming together. Okay, over on the Caloosahatchee River watershed, we've got a number of efforts that are underway that are state efforts. So on the upper photo are the test cells at BOMA, and these are where we're building some experimental test cells so that we can look at treatment wetlands for the focus on nitrogen, right? So that's a little different than what we do in our Everglades SCAs. So that will be interesting to follow as it goes along. There'll also be an FEB at that site, and that is in the later stages of that dot design. So look for a award for a contract sometime soon on that. Similarly, Lake Hicpochee Phase 2, it will be an expansion of that storage project as well. But the big storage for the Caloosahatchee watershed is the C-43 reservoir. So I have some fresh photos from the past month looking at the progress on construction there. This is some of that embankment and the wave wall. And here's another photo from a similar look of as we complete that project. The governing board also awarded in August the non-SERP part of it, which is the alum injection system that will work at the pump station to reduce nutrients in the water that's stored. So I'm going to move over to the Central Everglades now, and the EAA, of course, is a huge part of that, and congratulations to the Corps again for getting that large contract for the A2 reservoir awarded. Our contract, our part of that feature is the inflow pump station, and we expect that to be on the agenda for December's governing board. The STA itself is hydrated and is growing plants, and we're setting up the startup monitoring and other activities involved for the STA, while we work with the Corps to define the operations that we will use for that feature while in the interim period while the reservoir is under construction. The other two features you see on the map are canal conveyance improvements for the Miami Canal and North New River Canal. And in this photo, you see that work involves, both deepening and reshaping the canals. So that work is underway for North New River, and will be underway in early 2025 for the Miami Canal. So our Everglades SCAs, this is a photo of one of the restoration strategies projects, the C-139 FEB, and that feature will help regulate the flow of water to SCA 5.6 so that treatment can be optimized. The restoration strategies projects construction is coming to an end, and will soon enter the grow-in and optimization period. And, while we do that, I wanted to mention that, restoration strategies was a discrete set of projects, but we are always working on smaller projects and ways to improve the workings of those STAs. And I think we're going to have a celebration in November ahead of our governing board. I didn't see it on the calendar officially yet, but look for that to come out next month, and we'll celebrate the winding down of RS and the C-139 FEB. So once we have the clean water flowing toward the Everglades, we need to distribute it to the right places, and that's what SEP North does. And most of SEP North is in the ... place, but we are very close on several contracts being ready for procurement and or award in the early part of FY25. And we are working on the validation report with the Corps to validate our commemorate and our design modifications that were necessary to get the features to do what we need them to do. So that's an example. The SEP plan had a set of features. We dug into it in design and modeling. We figured out that it needs to be quite a little bit different than we thought. And so now we have to make some changes. We have to do some documentation. And all the while, we're still trying to get those designs and our paperwork and get it under construction so that all of SEP North can be done by the time the reservoir is done and the water comes toward us, right? So when you look at the SEP North project, one of the big features is the Miami Canal backfill, right? So that's the last feature. But in order for that feature to be built, you have to do all the other features first to redirect the water that would come down the canal. So that's something like we're talking about, what do you think about when you're looking at schedules? That's sequencing is a big thing, right? You couldn't just go backfill the canal without thinking about, well, what's that water going to do somewhere else? So these are part of what we have to work through. We do have one feature under construction on SEP North, and the picture in the upper right shows construction at S620, and that work is moving along, and soon we'll be able to celebrate completion of that one. So Loxahatchee River, the Loxahatchee project, we had a lot of additional geotechnical work to do on that one. And so that's what's going on in the photo. The biggest update on LOX right now is that we had a design shred late last month, and we identified some ways to optimize the design and perhaps save some funds and manage the seepage better. So we're looking forward to working through that with our design consultant and the Corps to move that into construction plans and later construction. So over to Biscayne Bay, and Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands is winding down. We have all of the features under construction. The last two contracts are 6A and 6B at Biscayne Bay Cutler Flowway. And the photo on the right shows the pump station progress over at the C1 canal. And that's what feature will pick the water up, put it through our above ground flume, so to speak, go under a couple roads and then into a spreader swale to get the fresh water to the mangroves in a way that is beneficial. So here's another look from the other direction. So the sidewalk on the south, the bottom part of the photo is on Lake Old Cutler. And so you're looking west, and that is the beginning of what we're calling the micro tunnel. So here's another way we have to modify projects, right? So to the south of our project is the South Dade wastewater treatment plant. There are giant utilities going into that, giant, 7-foot pipes, electrical, fiber optic. There was supposed to be just a simple culvert under the road. Well, we couldn't do that. We had to redesign and make a micro tunnel that goes under the canal, under the utilities, under the road, to the other side. So it's another example of why we end up in that little bit of delay. But we end up with the better project in the end. So here's another view of that, and it's the start of the spreader swale. So that will allow a more natural flow of water into mangroves along Biscayne Bay. So last but not least is WERP. It's been mentioned a couple of times. I have a fresh photo of some of the work going on at L28 South. And we're working with DOT and our consultants to look at conveyance, including wildlife crossings under Tamiami Trail and conveyance under Loop Road and 11 Mile Road. So as soon as, we get that authorization, we can move that into the IDS. So with that, I'll end there and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mindy. I'm looking around the room. Are there any questions for Mindy?
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Mindy. Great job.
Can I ask some questions?
No problem, friend. No problem. So I have something for y'all to consider because I'm hearing the words slip and slip and slip and slip all day today. And so that tends to create a lot of negative energy towards what we're doing. And so I want to offer something that the Corps uses to talk about this that's potentially more productive. And it's called change management. And so we live in a world of change, and it's all about how you plan for that or how you identify it as a potential thing that could happen, and Corps speak that would be a risk. And so it might help everyone just kind of staying positive about or productive is a better word, about what's going on. We have to be transparent about things taking longer. But the way we talk about it, I'm hearing that word slip, 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 slip all day, and it may create a feeling of hopelessness, or that like we can't move forward, or that we can't make progress. And so I would just offer that as Mindy's doing a beautiful job, what she's describing is change management. We had a feasibility level understanding of SEP North, and when it hit the ground running, it needed changes as a result of our increased understanding of the field. There's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what our process is supposed to do. But that's what that means. And so I would just offer that. That's how we manage the stress that comes with changes. And so that's all I wanted to share with y'all, because I got a lot of questions about how do we do it. That's one of the things that we do. It's really about how do you manage change? How do you respond to change? Sometimes you know it's coming and sometimes you don't. So that's all. Thanks, Mindy.
Thanks, Ava. And I think that, we've talked about the need to be transparency and the need to communicate. And I think how we communicate and in what fashion we communicate is just as important as the information that we're communicating. And on these large projects, you get a lot of negativity kind of rolled into what you're doing, and it can stop funding. It can put blocks up that you didn't think about just because you didn't present it in a fashion that says we understand there's uncertainty, we're managing that uncertainty, and we have ways to move forward on that uncertainty to make the best project possible. So I welcome that. I think it's a really good way to kind of change our mindset on how we talk about it so that we can feel comfortable talking about it, because no one, a lot of people don't like when things don't move as fast as they can or they should or they think that they should, not understanding all the inner workings that are in there. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Melody.
I have a question regarding work, the Region 4. Do you have any specific timeline? So based on the previous conversation, this project will be included in SEP 1.0 that has a very specific timeline on the IDS. Will the district, will you meet, do you have a timeline that you can meet SEP 1.0 process?
That's the general idea. We have a construction timeline that lines up with it right now. So we're working on the interim ops plan for those features with the core through the 408 process, or we haven't done it yet. We're just about to. And so once we have that interim ops plan, then that's written, then whether or not the culverts are actually finished, that information can be used in the SEP 1.0. So even if they're not exactly finished right in time, which, they will be, right? Mr. Bergeron has made it very clear that we need to get those finished. So we are working on that, and the timeline right now lines up, so.
That's great. Then follow up on what Eva was saying is that we need to highlight the positive aspects, right? And what I see, and I don't know if I'm understanding it correctly, I'm comparing the IDS 2023 to 2024, and you mentioned Miami Canal backfilling as this is a very complicated project and will come to them like as a final step in SEP North. But even though there is a delay of a couple of years, but what I see is that the time of construction that's on the IDS is shrinking. So it's not, there is a delay, but there is the number of years of construction is decreasing. Is it based on informed, I'm assuming, discussion within your report?
Exactly. As the design of the different features gets more mature, they're able to put a better schedule on it because they have a lot more information. So that's part of that, where we refine the schedule every year. Is we talk to the team that's working on the design, and we're like, okay, is this it, right? Is this where we're at? And like, what are the preceding things that have to happen for that to work? The SEP North work will be paired up with the L5 work because one project produces material and the Miami Canal needs material for the fill. So there's a whole timing thing that's involved there. So that's part of that design process is constructability discussion too.
Thank you, Mindy.
James, did you have a comment?
Mindy, thank you for the excellent presentation. Melody stole my particular question. We're very interested in these bidirectional culverts in the L28 South Canal that you were referencing as part of work. In reference to that, though, yesterday we had a very specific comment in regards to recreational access. And this isn't just an opportunity to highlight for our stakeholders and everybody in the room what goes on behind the scenes. This is a levee that's very heavily used by stakeholders where these culverts are going in. There's 3 separate culverts going in. I believe they're all being worked on congruently at the same time. Not really sure about that, but I think they're all going in at the same time. Again, very heavily used by stakeholders, had multiple meetings with the Water Management District, the engineers and project managers, and they're keeping the access open for the community and the public during that. Not a construction engineer, but I know if I'm going to put a culvert in the road, closing the road and digging up the road is the easiest way. So that's an opportunity where recreational access has been maintained through a multi-year project. So just kind of pointing out, again, what goes on behind the scenes. Thank you, and thank you for the excellent presentation, Mindy.
Looking around the room for any last comments or questions? And looking online, Adam, do we have anything? All right.
All right, thanks again.
Thank you, Mindy. Next, we're going to go into the Recover update. And so we have Gina Ralph and Phyllis Klarman, both project managers, one from Army Corps and one from the district. They're going to provide us the Recover update.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Gina Ralph with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Happy to provide an overview of some of the activities and accomplishments that Recover has worked on over the past fiscal year. And first, I'd just like to give a shout out to the greater Recover team. our team has done a lot of work over the last year. And so I want to thank each and every one of them. They all come from the various agencies represented in this room, and we couldn't do the work of Recover without them on a daily basis. So thank you for sharing your resources, and thank you to the team for all of the hard work and accomplishments that they have achieved this year. Okay, so you've seen this slide 100 times. For those of you who don't know, Recover is this multi-agency team, a fantastic group of individuals. We conduct scientific and technical evaluations, and we communicate that science to help inform decision-making. So Recover has these 3 major missions, and we're going to highlight each one of them today with regard to some of the activities that we've been working on. So we'll walk you through assessment, evaluation, planning, and communication. So in fiscal year 2024, one of the items that we'll talk about, we've just kind of pulled this together to show you the products and the time that we dedicate to each of these products. So we provide this system-wide assessment and system-wide reporting. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the activities we've done under our communication mandate, under our assessment mandate, our evaluation, adaptive management, and then science review and integration. And I never want to forget the support to projects, because Recover, although we are independent and we take a system-wide perspective, we have 7 interaction points with our project delivery teams during the planning stages and 7 during the implementation phase, which includes that design, construction, and operations. And that's all part of that adaptive management framework. Okay, so for science in review and integration, for those of you who were here yesterday, I told you a little bit about the Southwest Florida module. And as part of that module, it was decided in 2022 that we needed to have focus in that region similar to our other modules, Lake Okeechobee, the northern estuaries, the greater Everglades, and the southern coastal systems. So we are working to integrate the applied science framework that we have in SERP to that area. And one of the fundamental things that we need to do is identify and update our conceptual ecological models and our hypothesis clusters. So that Southwest Florida group, what they've done over the past year is they have looked at the 5 conceptual ecological models and hypothesis clusters noted on the screen, and they are working with local experts, those within that Southwest footprint, to either adapt or update those hypothesis clusters, recognizing that although the fundamental drivers and stressors may be similar for alligators in the Southwest footprint, there may be some different ecological effects and maybe some different outcomes. So our first one, our alligator hypothesis cluster, was just released by our team for internal review, and we will be sharing that at a later time with the rest of you all. I'd also like to highlight our performance measures and habitat suitability indices. So for performance measures, our Greater Everglades and Southern Coastal Systems group this year have actively worked on updating 8 performance measures, some of them simply to update them to the new modeling period of record. But also as they're doing that, they're looking at integration of new science, validating what we previously had, and then adding to it as needed to incorporate that new science. In addition, our Southern Coastal System folks have been working in conjunction with the Interagency Modeling Center to update a model that will be used to generate and predict how SERP may affect salinity within Florida Bay. So that is up and coming. I also want to highlight our Tree Island Performance Measure group. This group is a robust group of individuals. We met just on Monday again to lay the groundwork and the foundation for development of a performance measure for tree islands in different areas of Water Conservation Area 3 and Everglades National Park, with the idea of defining hydrologic targets for tree islands, those that have a well-developed hardwood hammock and those that are bayhead islands, in order to ensure that our water management strategy is protective of those features. And then water supply and flood protection. I don't want to forget about this. We also have a team that was newly formed in 2023 to look at our current Recover water supply and flood protection performance measures and update those with new information. So those will also be available for public review in fiscal year 25. So as far as evaluation, we've been working on the monitoring and assessment plan. That is how we identify where we're going to do our monitoring based upon our identified ecological indicators. So we are currently summarizing that information. We also let a contract through a cooperative agreement with U.S. Geological Survey to perform a statistical review of our monitoring plans to help us ensure that we have a robust experimental design in order to detect change as it relates to SERP. So that is currently ongoing, and we will have our USGS partners here in November for our monthly meeting to tell us a little bit more about that review, where it's going, where we're headed, and the indicators in which we're going to use as our guinea pigs. We've also been working on the second periodic SERP update, identifying opportunities to share the results in a forum, not only a Recover workshop, but at some point in fiscal year 25 with this group to have a dedicated workshop to share the results of the Recover scientific and technical evaluation of that second periodic SERP update. And just a reminder, that map update is in fiscal year 26, and there was some conversation yesterday about denoting on the future IDS the monitoring needs for Recover, or the resource needs for Recover. And so we're furiously working towards identifying that number to encompass the entirety of the SERP footprint. So adaptive management. With adaptive management, we identified these programmatic uncertainties for our regions, things that we just don't have a lot of information about. And we went through a very strong process this year of re-looking at those that had been identified, 2015 timeframe. Thank you, Phyllis. To understand, do we have sufficient information? Is that uncertainty still uncertain? Do we have additional information needs? And one of the things with adaptive management we're going to be pushing for in the future is, based upon the needs identified as part of that exercise, what kind of proof of concept experimentation can we put into the ground to help reduce some of those uncertainties? So that's one of the conversations that we will tackle in fiscal year 25. But kudos to the team that did this review and update of our programmatic uncertainties. And then, as I said before, support to projects. So Recover does an evaluation of projects that, like the Western Everglades Restoration Project, in which the team has evaluated alternatives. Recover also plays a role in doing an evaluation. And we don't merely just repeat what the project team has done. We look at it as a system-wide perspective. So what's happening in the Western Everglades footprint? Well, is that doing something to Biscayne Bay? Are we taking water away from the Everglades? Is there an effect on the, releases to the estuaries? Those are the types of evaluations that Recover will perform as part of that. And the projects listed up there just give you an idea of just a handful. There's only 4 listed up there, but we provided support to more than 4 projects, but those were the fact sheets I pulled. Okay, science communication. So we do our best to communicate the science. We do have an upcoming Recover video that will be available that documents the process and the results of our Tree Island workshop, our vegetated hammocks that we talked about a while ago that will actually now be built and incorporated into the design of SEP North in the Miami Canal. Some of us participated in a panel in Washington, D.C. last year for FIU talking about resiliency and how SERP builds resiliency. So everything that we're doing is going to help us with future climate and sea level change scenarios. And then a large group of us went to the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration in April. We had presentations and posters, and I can't tell you the number of folks who walked up and wanted to know more about the SERP Applied Science Strategy and how they can take what we're doing here in the Everglades to their restoration initiatives, both large and small. So we're very busy getting the word out, and Recover has a very strong standing at GEAR in April of 2025. I don't know how many sessions we've already we have and how many speakers that are affiliated with Recover participating. So another great forum for science communication. And so with that, I want to talk about our 2024 accomplishment, and I'm going to turn it over to Phyllis Klarman.
Thanks, Gina. Good afternoon, everybody. Phyllis Klarman with the South Florida Water Management District. If you were here yesterday for the IDS public workshop, you will have heard some of this already, but I'm going to add just a little bit additional information for you all. So assessment. This is Recover's mandate to do monitoring on the ground throughout the system in order to ensure that SERP is meeting its goals and objectives. And our Recover System Status Report is one of the mechanisms that we do to share that information. So we have a mandate from the SERP programmatic regulations. You can see the text on the slide. Every 5 years approximately, Recover shall prepare a technical report that presents an assessment of whether the goals and purposes of the plan, the SERP, including the interim goals and interim targets, are being achieved or are likely to be achieved with implementation. And the specific tool that was identified to do this was interim goals and interim targets. So for those of you who may not be familiar with those terms, interim goals refer to the stepwise progress that we would get in the system with SERP implementation that are ecological in nature. So interim goals is our environmental ecological indicators, and interim targets relate to the other water-related needs of the SERP, the human dimensions aspects of this. So that's primarily for Recover water supply and flood protection. And so in 2020, Recover produced an updated interim goals, interim targets report that looked at various timelines for future SERP implementation that included 2026 and a couple of 2032 scenarios, and used various modeling tools, hydrologic and ecological, to give us an expectation of performance that we will see in each of those time steps. So in this particular system status report, we wanted to report on whether we're making progress towards that 2026 expectation of benefit from SERP. And all of the information and data that gets put into the system status report includes data collected by many PIs, principal investigators, that are funded through our monitoring and assessment plan, or the MAP. You'll hear us refer to the MAP. And this was conceived as the primary tool that we would get funding and go into the system and measure a number of indicators, well over a dozen, throughout the whole South Florida system, and ensure that they're responding to SERP. So just a little quick historical snapshot of our system status reports. The first one was in 2006. They were reported out every 2 years until 2014. We moved to a 5-year increment. And the most recent version, other than the one that's available as a draft now for your review, which I will mention again at the end, was our 2019 system status report. And we had a companion communications document called the Everglades Report Card that we wanted to generate as a tool that folks can use when they're advocating for additional resources to kind of give a very high level snapshot of the status of the system. And so when we were thinking about our current system status report for this year, we wanted to take some of the benefits that we heard from that previous report that included that report card to include high level communication tools. These reports historically have been well over 200 pages long. We don't expect that Congress is going to go and read every single page of those documents. So one of the things that we wanted to do was, before I skip to that slide, was identify who our target audience is. And if we want to inform SERP with the best available science, we identified the primary audience as Congress, our agency leadership, and then the SERP project teams, project managers. And with that in mind, we wanted to try to make it more digestible. And so you'll see a sneak peek of how our format of the system status report has changed to reach those communication goals. So for this report, we have a new reporting format. We wanted to focus on bottom line up front. We wanted to have the key takeaways at the forefront of the document, and then you can get into more detail as you dig in a little bit deeper. We have different levels of information in this report. It's nested. So if you just want the big picture system-wide view, we have a system-wide summary. We have regional summaries for each of the recover modules that Gina had listed off before. And then we have indicator summaries. So these are the things that we're actually monitoring in the system. Individual summaries, just for those indicators. If you want to know about oysters, we have a summary for that. And these are all designed as a fact sheet style document. And so just to show you what that looks like, here's a snapshot of the cover of our system-wide summary. Again, this is kind of like our executive summary for the whole report, looking at everything system-wide. Here's a snapshot of our Greater Everglades regional summary. It takes a lot of information across the Greater Everglades module and combines it, key takeaways right up front. And then another Greater Everglades example, we have a ridge and slough vegetation indicator fact sheet. So depending on what level of detail you want to get into, it's available. And we did that again with the intent of, if you wanted to just pull one of these fact sheets out of the report and have it stand alone as an individual document that you can share with folks, you can do that, but it's also part of this larger package. We also use stoplights to report on status. So each indicator and region has a stoplight status, red, green, yellow, translating as good, fair, or poor, to indicate status of all of these indicators and regions based on different time frames. And so all of those are summarized again on pretty much on the front of all of these indicator reports. And then, as mentioned in the proregs, the main mechanism that we're trying to communicate is progress on interim goals and targets. So for this system status report, our reporting period is water year 2018, which is where we left off from the previous report. And we carried it forward through water year 2024, which ended in May. And we wanted to see whether in that time period, if we started to see movement in a positive direction for all of those indicators. So whether we're making progress and in what direction we're headed is included on each summary. And then we also include recommendations at each of these report levels. So some key messages. What we wanted to highlight was that, I'm going to go straight to the table on the bottom because I'm sure your eyes were drawn to it. These are our water year 2024 statuses for each of our recover modules that we are reporting on in this SSR, as well as our water supply and flood protection metrics. You see some poor and you see some fair. Water supply and flood protection is doing pretty good this year. But what I wanted to communicate is this is what was expected. So for that 2026 modeling that was conducted a few years back, we weren't expecting a whole lot of movement to happen in the system simply because there wasn't enough SERP projects in the ground yet. And so this isn't a huge surprise to us. It's expected, but we have a little bit of ways to go. Something I didn't discuss in my IDS presentation yesterday that I just wanted to highlight here is that this is the first time Recover has made an attempt in our SSRs to link projects that are in the ground currently, those components that are operational or in their testing phases, whether we're seeing any incremental benefits, and we are. And so these scores that you see here on the screen are simply a roll-up for each of the modules. But again, if you dig deeper into the report, you will see that there are some local and regional benefits that we're already seeing from the projects that are already in the ground. And the second takeaway was that weather and changes in water management operations were the primary drivers of observed conditions in the reporting period. So we had ample rainfall in the last 7 years. Median dry season rainfall was higher. This is probably not a surprise to everybody here. And then we had some water management operational changes the implementation of the combined operational plan being a significant one, where again, we're starting to see hydrologic benefits. One of the things I wanted to mention, Gina, you teased this earlier today, that the indicators may take time to respond. There are some of our ecological indicators that may respond very quickly, and we can see them reacting to changes in real time, whereas there's others that may take months or years for us to be able to detect that positive change. But we've seen, based on the reporting period, that where hydrologic benefits have been seen, either from operations or from CERT projects, the indicators are responding. A couple examples are the wading bird nesting banner years we had. There were 2 in our reporting period this year. Taylor Slough and Shark River Slough are seeing improved hydrology. There's a reduction in hypersalinity events in Northeast Florida Bay, for example. So again, I did want to highlight some of those local and regional examples of benefits, but we have a long way to go to be sure. One of our main recommendations is that CERT projects need to be expedited to prevent further decline throughout the system. And in the meantime, water managers should utilize allowable flexibility in operations to maximize benefits. And then, of course, continuous long-term monitoring will be needed. And as Gina indicated with our new Southwest Florida module, there's new monitoring that's yet to be identified by our group. And so we need that monitoring in place long-term to be able to continue to produce reports like this. And we also need the people that can help do the data crunching and synthesize all the information that we're collecting system-wide for the long term. And with that, I think we've got a look ahead maybe for, one more little plug. It is available for review. Public and agency review of the draft system status report is open currently through next Friday, November 8th. So if you haven't had a chance to take a look at it yet, it is up on the core website. If you have any trouble finding it for some reason, just come find me. Sometime today, I'll give you my business card and make sure you get linked up. And so now I think we're going to cover some what we look to accomplish in this next fiscal year, and I'll turn it back over to Gina.
Right, so thanks, Phyllis. So we have a busy year ahead, and I just want to note that a lot of the things that I mentioned as activities will, of course, continue because our mission hasn't changed, right? We're still going to evaluate, we're still going to assess, support projects during the planning phase, and then we're going to communicate that science. So what's up there for fiscal year 2025 is just a snapshot of what we're going to be doing over the next several months. And then finally, I do want to mention and add to what Phyllis said earlier about Recover Resources. We have a wonderful team. Thank you all again for supplying those resources. I did send an email a few weeks ago to the working group, Science Coordination Group, and in that document, I lay out specifically, I fully understand that you can't give me 100% of one of your team members, right? But you may be able to give 40 hours for a discrete task. So what we've done in that document that was sent to the working group, Science Coordination Group, as well as the Recover Leadership Group, was to identify those discrete tasks as well as the larger Recover needs. So I encourage you all to dig through your email, go back to it. I'm happy to email it again, but it laid out very clearly, and the stars on that slide there denote the areas in which we're specifically requesting assistance. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Gina. I wanted to start off, then I'm going to go over to Nick, and then we'll go around the room. You heard about the SSR, and we've talked about, I've kind of harped on communication through the whole meeting. And it's really great for scientists to be thinking about how to best communicate our science. I think naturally, sometimes scientists aren't the best communicators to non-scientists. Great within our lane, but you step outside that, and how do you communicate it appropriately and effectively in a way that's easily understandable by the folks that you're trying to give the information to that need that information to make decisions. So kudos to this group for coming back and looking at this document and saying, how can we take it and make this information. They're giving it to you in a bunch of different ways. They're giving you the deep dive. They're giving you the high-level summary. They're giving you the one-dot stoplight. They're giving you so many different ways to look at this to say, what does it say? You know, so that's huge. And then also adding in there what were the expectations that we had for this specific performance measure, and maybe it was that we didn't expect it to change much over this period of time. That's a huge piece of information, because if you see it red and you're like, y'all aren't doing anything, but it's red and it's like we expected it to be red because we need X, Y, and Z done before this metric has a response, that's great information. So fantastic job on that. I think it's a really big step forward. And I also want to definitely give you kudos on your performance measures and hypothesis cluster updates, because science is iterative. If we just kept the science that we started with 20, 30 years ago, we might set ourselves up, we definitely could set ourselves up for failure, because things have changed in the landscape and the environment and just how we evaluate things. We can just keep edging up our understanding that helps us make better decisions. So these updates, they're cumbersome. They take time, they take thought, they take data. And so when we get to a point where we can update these, I think it's a real boost to the program, because we're only going to be able to better our decision-making, because these performance measures are what evaluate success. And that's what we're all here for, is we want to see successful restoration. So thank you again. Nick.
Yes, Nick Almond, I hate talking to you by facing away from you. I just do the best I can here. But I also, in addition to that, I just wanted to say that these guys behind us are masters at herding cats. And if you know anything about the group that comprises Recover, we're very diverse. We're spread all over the place, different agencies, different workloads, different expertise, and they herd us very effectively. And that is not an easy thing. Every meeting is highly organized. I know if I can't make a meeting because of a conflict within a couple of days, I'll know exactly what happened, because minutes are out, and it really takes that kind of organization. I don't think people take the time to thank you guys for herding the cats, because it's a really wild job.
Thanks, Nick. Are there any other comments or questions in the room? Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yes, Rebecca Elliott, FDAX, and I want to thank Gina and Phyllis also for their program management. It really has made a difference in getting all these products done and getting everybody organized. And again, I've been saying all year, I'm really happy to see that water supply and flood protection are in the system status report, and that we have the team now and we're updating performance measures, and all that is really good. But, you know, the whole roll up on the system status report, this is a big learning curve. This is the first time any report like this has been put out for Recover. And I think any feedback that anybody has, it doesn't have to be a detailed technical review. It could just be one fact sheet that you want to look at and give us feedback. We really need the feedback, because this report, like I say, is a learning experience for us, as well as what we hope is going to be a really good communication tool. But one of the things I don't want communicated, in which I've kind of gotten informal feedback on, is that SERP has taken care of water supply and flood protection, and it's not taking care of the environment. So I feel like we have to figure out something for that context, because water supply and flood protection have done well, like this past year in the reporting period, for what we're looking at. But they're not yet being influenced by completed SERP projects. So water supply is rainfall, and mainly driven by that, as far as it doing really well. And then the flood protection, and again, I don't know what people are thinking who are in places that got so impacted by flooding over the past several years. They might be thinking that we're crazy, but the flood protection is really because of the combined operational plan. And what we assess is the residential and agricultural areas just east of Everglades National Park. So it's a very particular place that we're looking at, and it's one operational plan that's really making the difference. So when I saw that come out and I started hearing some of that, SERP is taking care of water supply and flood protection, but not the environment. It concerns me. So I think maybe we need to work a little on the informational context, like right up front where the eyeballs go. And I'm not sure what that might look like, but like I say, this is a learning curve. And we will appreciate anything that anybody wants to convey to us about what they're getting out of this report or what they're not getting out of it. So again, I really do thank this group too for being so supportive of Recover and for us doing this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Melody.
Okay, my comment here is I want to congratulate the Recover team. It's impressive how the communication style that you use, the fact sheet style for each topic, it is impressive. I don't know how you did it because it is completely different than the previous, right? It takes a mountain to stop looking at the previous report and to start from scratch, like who is the audience and how to communicate to the audience. So congratulate you, I love it. Now, the only thing that I missed in it is the score number, right? In the previous reports, there was a number like 58%, Lake Okeechobee, Northern Estuaries, 25%, whatever is the number that, because fair, good, poor, it is, right? What's fair for the Greater Everglades compared to good for water supply, right? A number. So I just was questioning what's behind this decision. I'm sure that it took like discussions and back and forth with the PIs to decide to remove this number.
Yeah, I can start, and then Gina, if there's anything you want to add. So one of the things that we wanted to do as part of this system status report was link it up and make it complementary to other reports that are being published by, for example, the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force. So they have their biennial report, and one of the appendices is a very thorough ecological indicator report. Many of the indicators that they report in there they're using the same data that we're using in Recover. And so one of the discussions early on is what's going to be our approach for reporting status. And we wanted to align it with that report so that it's complementary, but that report is generated every 2 years. We are looking in the future to now report instead of every 5 years, every 4 years. And so that every, other task force report will be able to align our messaging. And so the statuses that were used in this system status report are the same definitions that are used in that ecological indicator appendix of the biennial report. And if you want to dig a little bit more into the numbers, some of those statuses are quantitative, some are more qualitative. There are explanations of how those were approached on the indicator level fact sheet summaries. And there's a couple, I think there may be 1 or 2 indicators even where we included supplemental information in an appendix. And so we did move away from the same approach that we did in 2019 that was based on feedback that we received, but also in part in order to complement other reports that are reporting a lot of the same information. And so if it doesn't work, give us that feedback. If it does, give us that feedback too. That would be great. But really appreciate your comments about the format. Yesterday, we heard some folks talk about us highlighting successes so that they can take that places and advocate for more support. These fact sheets were really meant to be pulled out, individual ones to be given to Congress. Congress is one of our identified audiences. So if you're one of those people that goes to DC or goes to Tallahassee to advocate, let us know if the format works for that. And if not, we can adapt and, kind of go back to the drawing board if we need to for the next cycle.
Can I follow up with, I don't know if it would be helpful for the folks in Washington, if this is the audience, because if you see the IDS the next 4 years, it's on average a request for $1.6 billion. So that's a huge, ask. So I don't know if what would also be helpful is to show the impacts of delays. Like if these projects are not constructed on time, there will be impact on there is a delay, and this delay has, as Eric, it has a cost, right? It's an indirect cost that's the ecosystem services are not provided, the cost of impacts to the ecosystem, if there's a way to quantify this. That's just a thought.
Yeah, thanks. I'll have to think about that one a bit. Yeah.
And just to follow up on their approach, there a lot of time was spent trying to decide or trying to determine just how many different reporting mechanisms we have. And there are a lot. And there are redundancies that just take, we already are resource limited. How can we best communicate to where we don't have all these redundancies, where we're putting information or energy that's wasted, but have them instead, point to one another? So that going from 5 years to 4 years, so you're having that. So it's really trying to take a broad look at not just how Recover points out, but how all of the Everglades reporting is reported out, on what frequency, what is the audience, how can we best align it to meet the needs that's there. So like you said, a lot of thought, a lot of discussion has gone on behind the scenes trying to figure out how to best report this information in a way that's easily understandable. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Sorry, I wanted to check something in the system status report before I opened my mouth because I couldn't remember exactly what it said. But one of the things that I really liked out of the system status report, when you look at the draft that's online, is it ties the projects to the regions. And it talks about which projects are anticipated to deliver results for the indicators in which regions. And I think that that's, I was thinking about it yesterday during the IDS workshop, and we have a lot of discussions to undertake with the Corps over the coming year as we've gotten feedback on this IDS and as we've been hearing things and we're thinking about the robust work that Recover's doing and how do we do this. And that's one of the things that I think is something we have to tackle over this next year, is how do we take that information that you guys have done a great job in the system status report, and then how do we tie it to this document so that you don't have to walk around with too many pieces of paper, right? And put something together that helps people understand what they're getting for their money, right? Like that's the appropriator conversation is, okay, if we're giving you $450 million on the federal side and $650 million on the state side, when do we get to see what we got for that? And what can we point to so that appropriators and elected officials and NGOs and other advocates can say, see that 400 million you gave us? You got better oyster recruitment and more snail kite nesting and less problems with water levels in northern water conservation area 3A, and we can point to really specific things that then have the science to back it up. And we're not really good yet at making those connections in a way that are understandable, right? You got to have like a 3-hour conversation to get people there right now. And I think that this system status report format and summaries and all the really phenomenal work that you guys have done to start to bring that together cannot be understated, or cannot be overstated, sorry. But right now is being understated. And so I just really appreciate all of this work and this presentation, and really encourage everybody from the working group and the science coordination group to take a look at the actual document. Take a look at the system status report and dive into it and think about those things, and please provide us all feedback on how do we continue to improve these tools. So thanks really for all the hard work from you and your team.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Those are excellent comments. Do we have any additional in the room? Adam, do we have anything online? Okay. Back to you, James. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. And thank you, Phyllis. And I just want to agree with what everyone else said. And you bring your skills are well welcomed in the field to Recover. And you've done just excellent work with this. Thank you. Our next agenda topic is the Task Force Directive. And this is the directive received by both the co-chair and the vice chair and the chair of the task force at their last task force meeting. And in the directive, we heard a few things. I'll invite Adam and our co-chairs to comment about this and open the floor up as well. As we continue to tease this topic apart, a few things have sifted to the top for me. I think communication is one of the highlights. We heard from the task force members about communicating, and we heard from the task force members about leveling the playing field on communication. And I think that here in this room today, we've heard a little bit about communication and how improved communication is going to help us. We've heard several times on adaptive management. We've heard it from Recover yesterday and today. We've heard the membership talk about it, and I think we'll hear it again later today through the SFWMD, the National Academies of Science report. So I think adaptive management is an important component as we move forward and continue to tease this apart. And then we've heard about the frequency, magnitude, and duration of high water in the Everglades and Francis Taylor Wildlife Management Area and the impacts that has on wildlife, tree islands, cultural uses, and public uses, and how we might better manage those conditions. Yesterday, we had a robust conversation, and today we've talked a lot about SEP South and Tamiami Trail next steps. These projects around SEP, I think the folks in this room understand the relationship between moving water south and understand things like operational plans and water control structures along the Tamiami Trail and along with SEP South all play a huge conversation and a huge component in moving water south. So those certainly come to the top of that conversation. And with that, I'll just pause for a moment, kind of open the floor up.
I guess I'll go. So in the last task force meeting, we heard Vice Chair Hamilton say, can this group help tee up issues that the collective of the task force with the membership they have there, tee them up early when we know what's going on so they can try to bring to bear all the different people at that table to problem solve. I think one of them that came out of that was, we were talking about high water. High water at that time was really the driver of what was happening, I think, that prompted that. And the COP Ops plan, the multi-year deviation that has been working on right now is a really good example of, okay, we have an issue. We need to get a bunch of different people at the table to try to solve that issue. Sometimes the ask, you identify the issue, it doesn't mean that it's solved that moment. You've identified the issue, now it's going to take time to really get into it to make sure that all the agencies are following their mandates and able to come to a collective solution for that problem. So that's a really big deal, but it got everybody talking. It got people at the table engaged. It sent agencies to sharpen their pencil and try to figure out a way forward. So I think that's a great thing that we do. We've heard, we hear that we need to do this, and I think there are opportunities and there are things that we've already done without bringing it to the table. The district moved forward on the 8.5 mile seepage wall. That wasn't on here, but we saw it was an issue. We were able to have the resource to go do it. We went and did it. The L28 culverts, something that we said, hey, this is something that can help alleviate an issue, a high water issue. And now let's try to get it incorporated. We are going to get it incorporated into SEP South. So I think that we do this. I don't think maybe we do a good enough job of communicating. I'll go back to communicating. That we do this all the time. And I think we need to be able to communicate it back to the task force that we are looking, we've heard the task. We have heard, take this group, definitely try to seize opportunities where they are, and we will do that. But also kind of let them know that on the things that we're already doing to do this, because we do it every day. We do it in the ... We do it just planning and moving these projects forward. If we weren't doing it, we wouldn't be as far along as we are now. So I think we are doing it. Can we get better at it? Absolutely. Can everybody come to the table open-mindedly and try to have those collegial positive, let's do it together? Absolutely. And I think we're in a really good place there. So I think that we're doing a good job. We can maybe do it a little bit better, and that really, for me, comes through communication and identifying what we are doing so they are aware that we are working hard behind the scenes.
Lawrence, that's well said. You're absolutely right. We are doing a lot of this, and if you flip to page 2 of our agenda, you'll see, folks will see we have updates from the Coral Reef Coordination Team, a team that was made because we were forward thinking, looking at some of the challenges that were coming out there in the future. And the Invasive Species Team, again, a team that was made because we were looking at challenges coming down the pipe and keeping our eyes and ears open. I think the ask to the members needs to be a little bit about communicating to our task force members about what we're doing on a day-to-day basis to keep our eye on the ball and make sure that we're keeping things moving along and doing our absolute best at it. And where there is change management at play, to point that out and have that conversation about why that's occurring and why things are changing in the system. So I think that's an easy ask of this membership that communicates a lot with their task force members.
Appreciate that. Just to be brief about it. So it sounds like there's a little bit of an ask in here, and that we're tracking these change management moments, that we tend to do them in a functional way. We get our group together and solve the problem that's in front of us, and we push forward to the next one, and then task force comes around, and unfortunately this team up here is sitting and saying, how do we report out on these things that have happened and been resolved along the way? So I think there's a little bit of an ask here. It's going to be for our agencies to try to keep track of these events along the way, and I don't know who's taking that responsibility. I say not it, but yeah, to bring that together in some way so we can report out. I think I said something important because they started writing. I'm going to stop now. Thank you.
That was a good setup. Thank you, sir. I would offer that we took that directive to heart, and we have already implemented a very specific team to help us navigate. And I'm going to be a little more transparent here, because what has occurred is that a series of actions that we thought we could keep in parallel have now converged because new information became apparent to us. So those are the A2STA interim operations plan, the multi-year plan deviation to the combined operations plan, and SEP 1.0. We, as a collective team, have been moving forward with those 3 actions in parallel because we do everything all at the same time. And as a result of new information amongst all of us, one of those pieces of evidence being the most recent survey of the status of the sparrow in 2024, not doing well. That was one piece of information. Significant rainfall in the system, the conditions in the Miccosukee Water Conservation Area, and add to that the challenges we're having with getting some construction projects going, and things started converging. And so that is what the secretary was trying to get us to talk about more openly, which is what we've been doing all day, what we did yesterday. But to give you, everyone that's here a specific example, so we have formed a kind of a tiger team, a strike team, a small team of folks that includes the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, National Park Service, the Corps, the Water Management District, State of Florida, the tribes, to find ways to come to solutions. Not that we don't have solutions, but where we have realized we started talking past each other is that we started seeing daylight about where the solutions fit, what bucket the solutions fit. Is it in the deviation? Is it in SEP 1.0? Is it in the A2ST? Like, where is the solution? What's acceptable to me versus someone else at this table? And what I realized doing a lot of reflection on this is that we needed to get back to what are our desired outcomes from a hydrologic and an ecological perspective today, in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years, and in 10 years. And only when we have honest conversations about desired outcomes and look at one another, really listen and look at one another and realize that your desired outcome is the same as mine. You just talk about it different. Or your desired outcome is in tension with mine. Not mine personally, not Ava, right? I actually truly believe all of us as people are trying to do a very similar thing, and we're all on the same page. It's we have different authorities, we have different requirements we have to meet. So what the secretary has asked us to do, we are doing in the regular business, but we've also started something different, which is a kind of a targeted team to have that conversation about desired outcomes. That is really challenging to do. The recovery system status report helps with that. But I would suggest that, I know the time is short today, but a real conversation about that would be, let's talk about the L29 canal stage, just that stage. You could spend an hour talking about that and listen to every agency about how they feel about that stage. And so just to speak very openly about what is a productive conversation that may be difficult, we're having those, but it starts with desired outcomes first. And then we could get back on track about what are the things we're going to solve in each of the different buckets, because that's where right now we have tension. Those are my thoughts, sir.
Thanks, Ava. Did you?
So this morning I started my remarks with celebrating incremental benefits. This is going to sound a little bit different than that. And it isn't to take anything away from the assignment from the task force. I think it's a worthwhile assignment. It sounds like we're doing a lot of really productive things to that end. And Ava's suggestion, I think it'd be a great next step. I will say, though, that in the midst of that, particularly maybe as there's newcomers in decision-making roles, we need to continue to assert that it's a system and that the real benefits come from the system being complete. If I could use the illustration of a bridge, we could build 90% of that bridge and it's mostly useless until you connect it completely. And a lot of the benefits come from the final stages of those projects. So I think it's just something we got to continue to communicate as well.
Very well said.
I think that's a good analogy, the bridge. Do we have any hands online, Adam? Ed?
So since the ask really originated from the DEP secretary, I'll kind of give my thoughts, because where this originated was looking at the IDS. And I think what the ask from the task force is, how do we either A, solve problems to move projects to the left, or solve problems to prevent projects from moving further to the right? And I think one of the things that would probably be very beneficial if we could all just sit down and talk about are what are the things that have tripped us up in the past? Like we've already heard it today, we've got a real estate issue along Tamiami Trail that needs to be solved. But the question is, when did that issue first get known? And then were we communicating those issues to the right people? So it's identifying what are those common issues that trip us up along the way, identifying the right people to talk to about those issues. Because if, Ava and I recognize there's a real estate issue, but it's not our real estate, if we're not talking to whose real estate it is, we're never going to make any progress. And so I think maybe that's something we need to do as a group is kind of figure out, okay, look at all the projects that have had delays and, issues moving, getting progress that we all want. what were those issues? You know, because we know real estate's one, but there's other issues out there. What are those issues? Who are the right people to talk to about those issues? And then see if we can come up with some kind of matrix that says, okay, we've got this type of issue A. Here are the 5 people that we need to get in a room to have this conversation and get it solved. And so we can get those things solved as early in the process as possible before it gets to a point where, you know, I'll take full blame for some of these. A lot of times we get down the road and DEP will get to a point where we knew there was going to be an issue with permitting, and we've just kind of stayed in the background and let it go. And then when it comes time to the Corps, the district coming in for a permit, we're like, yeah, but have you thought about this? And we're doing better at communicating those things, but we've been guilty of that in the past. And so those things have tripped up progress. And so we're working as a team at DEP to make sure that we are openly communicating with the right people about those issues that we recognize early on about those things. So I think that's probably step one for us, is what are our typical issues that trip us up? And who do we need to get engaged early to avoid them from tripping up? You know, just identifying the speed bumps and then finding a way around them before we get to them.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that goes back to the communication task too. Yeah, we got to do it all a little bit better. Jennifer?
Yeah, I think the ask from the task force had like 2 components, right? The component that Ava was talking about and really making sure that we're having those important conversations about expectations and where we're headed and outcomes. But I also think there's this really pragmatic aspect to the ask, because the task force has important and powerful people on it that can make a phone call and get people to a small table to make a decision. And it seems like quite a few of the hurdles that we have with projects are because the normal process doesn't quite fit. There's something that complicates the normal process. And there's 4 or 5 stovepipes of normal process that 97% of the project can move through without a problem. But it reaches a glitch in one of those processes, or where there's a convergence of those processes. And now it takes a policymaker to make an exception to the process in order to get over the hurdle. And it's getting the right people at the table from the right agencies who can say, yeah, that's not a big deal, or that's a really big deal, and we need to put together the support to be able to say yes to that. And then give us the tasks that help them get to yes or no, or like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Think of another way. And then we stop trying to bump our heads against the hurdle, right? Then we say, okay, that's not going to work. Dig the tunnel, even though it's going to take 3 years and it's a lot harder and more expensive, but that's the way we've got to go. But now everybody knows that's the way. And now we do our change management process and we change the line, but everybody knows, and everybody knows why. And everybody just stops spinning and gets on board with the tunnel, which I think is actually not the way things usually happen. We usually get to yes, but we spin in this turmoil at the foot of the dam, right? When you go over a dam and there's the boil at the edge of it, like the team spins in that boil forever until we can get the right people at the table to allow yes to be an acceptable answer that the whole team is already like, why can't everybody just say yes? But none of us can, right? It takes people who sit on the task force or their direct appointees or their boss to get us there. And so it's identifying those really specific and pragmatic things. So I think most of us already knew that, right? So how do we do that? How do we make this body be helpful in identifying that and teeing that up for task force in a way that we can say that publicly, right? Because a lot of these are really contentious issues, right? They're things that it's hard for us as agency people to say, well, here's what happened. This agency's being a pain in the neck. And they're saying no when we all think they should say yes. And maybe even they think they should say yes, but they can't say yes because they got to say no. So how do we, I guess my question to this group is how do we, I think that's what the task force is asking us to do. So how do we do that so that we can make progress with this on these things that are uncomfortable for us because we're having to point fingers at each other?
Nick?
And I don't disagree with anything that's said. The way I try to put it is that it's really important for us not to lose our constant sense of urgency, of keeping our task moving forward and doing what we need to do to protect the Everglades. And I think of all the things that if we back off from that sense of urgency at any time, and it's hard to maintain over a long period. I mean, we've been at this a long time. You think of funding fatigue from our funders. The longer we take, the increasing costs of everything that we need to do what we need to do, the irreversible loss of real estate we've talked about, when we lose lands that we need for restoration, climate change, that's not new, but it's ever increasing force that we have to deal with, and just the threats that we face from just declining Everglades ecosystem parameters is the longer it takes. So I think all these things play into that, not losing that sense of urgency. That's what I always try to keep in the center of my mind, and maybe that's what Secretary Hamilton was thinking of.
Ava?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna throw one more set of core speak because this is how we process this. So what I hear y'all talk about, we call a cost and schedule risk analysis. So change management's the big thing. How you do that is you sit at the table, and because everyone wants to talk about cost and risk to schedule. That's what we've been talking about. So what are the drivers of that? If you really want to have a conversation in this room about that, then could we agree that there are program agency level, let's not go there, let's say program level risks related to cost and schedule that are the drivers of change? For example, we could say that there's a difference, there is a risk associated with continued decline to the ecosystem, which Nick just brought up, which is different than how long it will take to achieve restoration benefits. So there's a difference between, and Gina and Phyllis did a beautiful job of describing this, what do you need to stop decline is more urgent than something that comes after that because you need it to achieve your goals. So in my opinion, that is where we sometimes have a difference of opinion about which bucket the thing belongs in. Because we may be, so one risk is holding back ecological decline. What's the risk of taking action or not taking an action? Another one is cost associated with real estate or cost associated with construction. There are words that we can put on these things that we can talk about that does take everybody being willing to get to a solution. We tend to manage it when y'all are going to hate that you asked to really see behind the curtain. That is what Jen and our teams talk about all day. We literally have spreadsheets called cost and schedule risk analyses that we talk about. that identify these things with numbers, with what happens if this does or doesn't happen. That's how we manage this between the partnership. And that's how you get to those very pragmatic, what do you need from Secretary Hamilton today? I need him to do this thing because I can't solve it. I don't have the authority to solve it at my level. I need him. Why do you need Mr. Connor to do that? Only Mr. Connor can improve for the Corps, that no one else can. That's what she's talking about. But you have to be willing to have the language to say, this is the risk we all agree that we're going to work on. Maybe there's 5. That's what this is, the cost and schedule risks for the program. Are we going to tackle the urgent stopping the decline? Do you want to tackle that plus the restoration? Just some ideas about if we want to really structure this discussion. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Ava. I'm not sure I want to see that deep behind the curtain to that spreadsheet. I'll stick with the wildlife. Just checking around the room. All right, thank you everybody for your input. And with that, I think we'll roll right into our next topic, which is Bob Johnson and our review of the SFWMD, the National Research Council's report, the SFWMD. Bob?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you had a little static in the background. Sound check.
Yep. How about now?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to cover the 10th biennial review for the Committee on Independent Scientific Review of Everglades Restoration Progress. I'm going to be using the slides that they use for their public presentation on the release of the report. There's 27 slides, so I'm going to skip through a lot of the early ones, not cover much of that because the meat's kind of later in the section. So go ahead and move to the next one. This is just the background that they have on it about the size of the project, how it fits together, the number of components, how the cost has changed over time. A lot of the stuff you've been talking about for the last 2 days. So go to the next slide. This is the statement to the committee. This is what the charge is for them to take on. So the committee produces these biennial reports. There's always a chapter on assessing the progress in restoring the natural system. There's a discussion about any significant accomplishments that have been occurred or evaluations of any issues that might impact progress. It's focused on SERP, but non-SERP activities influence SERP implementation, so they get into that quite a bit. And then there's always a chapter on review of the monitoring and assessment protocols, kind of how do we evaluate SERP progress. Go to the next slide. Here's the committee. It's 15 nationally recognized experts, in a range of natural sciences, social sciences, engineering. They all have specialization in ecosystem restoration, water resources, climate change, or environmental policy or management, some mix of that. They're all volunteers. So thank them next time you see them. There's people on here, a couple of them, Ramesh and Jeff Walters, that have been on this pretty much since the beginning. So they're 20-year experts on being peer reviews on Everglades restoration progress. Go to the next one. The study process, over a 12-month period, the committee met in person or virtually 11 times for information gathering sessions. They heard presentations and received comments from over 80 individuals, state, federal, tribal, non-governmental organizations, and the public. They also learn by coming down each cycle and doing field trips. This time they did a field trip in the Western Everglades. You can see the airboating and the swamp buggies there. And then we had another field trip along Tamiami Trail with numerous stops to talk about how Tamiami Trail is kind of a linchpin for what happens north and south of the trail. Then the committee synthesizes the information that's culminated in a draft report, which is then peer reviewed by the National Academy. And then the report is presented as a consensus view of the committee members. Next. Just to remind everybody that this 2024 biennial report is the 10th report in their cycle. They always have, like I said, that review of restoration progress. Then there's other chapters that are specific to this individual review. So this cycle, there's a chapter on the application of indigenous knowledge in SERP. There's a chapter on the application of tools to evaluate the effects of climate change. And there's a chapter on adaptive management and the use of new information in decision making. So that's what's new in this report. Some of these topics, like climate change, have been reported on multiple times. On to the next slide. So I'll now get into the chapter on restoration highlights. This is the standard map that all of you are familiar with. Basically, we have historic levels of funding, and we see 6 SERPs projects, all the green circles on the map that are under construction. 3 of the blue dots represent projects that have been completed or pretty nearly completed. And then this is all relative to evaluating our expectations and how well we meet project objectives, which they have determined is fairly hard to do right now. They're not giving us great grades on how the information on natural system progress is centralized. I'll go to the next slide. Just to get into some of the topics on the projects that they've looked at. So they examined SEP, the new water features, the seepage barriers around the 8.5 square mile area. And this is just a map showing you those changes. I will, as a hydrologist, I'll deviate and show you some of the details. So the black and the red line at the top of the graphic, those are water level changes. The red is outside of the 8.5 square mile area. The black is inside, and the green is the 356 pump station headwater. So you can see up to about 2022, the area inside and outside of the levee fairly well tracking the same. And then starting in 2022, you start seeing this huge deviation between water levels on the outside in red, that's the Angels Well, and water levels inside the seepage barrier in black. And so now we are providing seepage management in a way that's basically making what happens on the outside in the Everglades transparent to the area on the inside. If you look by 2023, you can see that water levels in the gauge inside the area basically tracks the pump station. So the pump station is providing amazing levels of flood protection in that area. They also point out how Picayune Strand is making good progress in terms of favorable responses in both flora and fauna. And then they highlight in our invasives topic that the Melaleuca eradication program is running great. We're seeing 75% reductions in certain species, Melaleuca, air potatoes. Reproduction is largely become controlled. Go to the next one. They spent a lot of time in this cycle looking at the combined operational plan because first, it's kind of the largest scale project we have completed at this point that affects both hydrological and ecological objectives. We've been working on it since the 90s. They point out that it's a success story. The initial monitoring basically shows we're meeting our expectations for both hydrology and ecology. And it's particularly done a good job in terms of modifying the deliveries across Tamiami Trail. We're seeing more water in the dry season than we did before with the change in the Tamiami Trail flow formula. We're starting to restore the historical distribution of flows between Western and Northeast Shark River Slough. They're stating rehydration of Northeast Shark Slough represents the largest single step towards restoring the hydrology of the Central Everglades. But COP has caused some issues. We've noticed water quality issues related to legacy phosphorus in the canals upstream of the park. And we have some, I'll call them anticipated adverse effects on the Cape Sable seaside sparrow. They're going to require some creative solutions to get to. Next slide. Then they talk about projects that are in the planning phase, and they talk a little bit about each of the 3 projects, WERP, Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, and BB Sear, but they focus most of their attention on the Western Everglades project. And they talk about how WERP is one of the few projects that addresses ecological degradation in the Western Everglades. They mentioned that the planning process has been lengthy, but we're moving forward, and it's expected to provide improved hydrology, water quality, and ecological connectivity to a very large area within the Western Everglades. They bring up the fact that implementation progress will depend in part on non-SERP source control for phosphorus, and that those are going to be done by private landowners. So they're listing that as one of these types of risks that will implement SERP performance. Next slide. Next, they get into water quality as a topical area, and they've done water quality and the STAs over the last couple of reports. They're noting that we have very positive downward trends in phosphorus concentrations. As we all know, STA 3.4 has been meeting the water quality-based effluent limit for the last few years. All the other STAs are declining towards that limit, and they're basically stating that achieving the QBEL is really going to depend on these recent restoration strategies actions that have gone into effect in this last few years. They point out that there's an issue with total phosphorus loads and concentrations going to Everglades National Park. You can see in the gray bars in this diagram that after kind of a nice steady period where loads and concentrations were going down, they've come back up again. And I think most of us who follow this know it's the way we operate the combined operational plans. We deliver more water at low canal stages, and they're recommending research to elucidate mechanisms that underpin this phenomena and look at ways to mitigate phosphorus impacts. Go to the next slide. Now we're going into the indigenous knowledge, the third chapter. They point out the executive order of the president, basically telling us all that indigenous knowledge has a role in federal decision-making, and has almost all federal agencies now have issued guidance on considering, including, and applying indigenous knowledge in decision-making. And the committee examined the application of indigenous knowledge and opportunities to improve its inclusion in SERP. And the committee reached out to the tribes to learn their perspectives, and they've been very appreciative of the input that the tribes have provided. Next slide. So they just give this definition of how IK refers to the body of knowledge generated by indigenous peoples about their environment and the relationships between the people and that environment. Unlike other types of science, indigenous knowledge is continuously accrued over long time scales. IK is typically based on frequent observations and interactions, which contrasts with a lot of the periodic observations made in Western science. In numerous cases, IK provides highly effective information at enabling the detection of deviations from a baseline condition. The tribes are out there all the time. They see things that the rest of us don't pick up. And IK and Western science can provide complementary insights, like the way different disciplines offer unique expertise, methods, perspectives to solve a complex problem. Go on to the next one. They get into a bit of an example about how IK provides consistent, meaningful engagement between SERP and the agencies in SERP and the tribes. And they're using the examples, a couple of examples. The first one there is in WERP. The tribes were very engaged and prescriptive in their efforts in WERP. And another example is the operations along Tamiami Trail at the S12 A and B and the 343 structures. We've been talking about how to go from the types of fixed deviations to something that responds to conditions out there. And the tribe has a lot to offer about this because they understand the effects of flooding, particularly on tree islands. And they experience the effects of heavy rainfall and can see that up close. So there's lots of spaces where we should engage with the tribes on IK that will advance the goals of SERP. And the tribes seem to be very ready to move forward and engage on this. And their key example is the Seminole and the Miccosukee tribes' knowledge about tree islands. And that is accumulated over generations. And they think they're critical in the development of the tree island performance measures. And that's a great opportunity as a case study for how IK can be applied in SERP. Next slide. Then at the end of the chapter, they lay out kind of a best practices for meaningful engagement with the tribes. Involve tribal members throughout the process, planning, research, monitoring efforts, and with funding where necessary. Foster co-stewardship and co-production of knowledge in support of these restoration priorities. Encourage participation of tribal members in all planning meetings. Provide opportunities for the tribes to share knowledge in culturally sensitive ways, and create data sharing agreements that center indigenous data sovereignty and governance. So all good ways to move forward. Finally, they offer some, go to the next slide, they offer some actions to enhance the application of indigenous knowledge. The first is they've proposed training for all agency staff who interact with tribal members. Different agencies have different levels of that, but they'd like to have something that's kind of done at the multi-agency level. They want to ensure that opportunities for collaboration are not lost because of staffing and resource constraints. This is a big issue that came up in their discussions with the tribe. And then the Miccosukes have stepped out and developed this very good internal peer review process that really facilitates how we should consider IK as we move forward with restoration. Basically, they're directing us to meet the tribes where they are and to develop protocols that effectively consider and apply indigenous knowledge whenever it does not conform perfectly with Western science and norms. We should be looking at our Western science differently. Go to the next slide. Okay, they get into modeling tools and applications related to climate change, and they've done this. I think this is the fourth SFWMD report out of 10 where they've talked about the need to better incorporate the context of climate change into our projects. This time they're focusing on specific tools, how they think we should evaluate the effects of climate change. What their recommendation is that the committee is recommending that we develop a series of curated climate scenarios. These scenarios should represent the range of plausible changes in precipitation, temperature, sea level rise that reflect a review of the scientific literature and available climate projections. And then they further say that these planning scenarios should be applied through the existing SERP hydrologic and ecological models to provide insights on the potential vulnerability of flora, fauna, and infrastructure to this range of plausible climate-related changes. And go on to the next slide. And the committee went through a lot of details in this chapter, talking about modeling tools and applications. And they advanced this idea of a dynamic models for sediment accretion that's been proposed and started to be applied in the Beaver Seer project is a good example of the way tools should be applied. How do we lower uncertainty with the risk of sea level rise by understanding better the accretion rates of sediments and how pore water and near shore salinity and flooding may impact the area. Another example is taking climate change and applying it inside our ecological models to better forecast how climate change impacts wildlife indicators and allows us to determine restoration success. And the USGS has been called out as the current project that's being worked on in vulnerabilities as a good example of incorporating these climate change, particularly sea level rise scenarios within ecological modeling. And then they propose that we better improve the integration of ecological and physical models, tie those two together better to support restoration decision-making. Go on to the next one. This is the last chapter on adaptive management. And again, SISREP has covered adaptive management in 4 or 5 of their prior reports. So this is a recurring theme that they bring up. Go to the next slide. They really hone in on this topic of adaptive management. And, they acknowledge that when Congress approved SERP in the WRDA 2000, that was a general outline for restoration. It wasn't a detailed restoration plan, as we've been talking about in this last 2 days of meetings. As we move forward and we face uncertainties, that requires adaptive management. They want to make sure that we've identified and incorporate emerging scientific information into all of our planning processes. They make it clear that Congress specifically approved funding for adaptive management and monitoring within the WRDA 2000 program. And they've specifically directed the Corps to adopt an adaptive management approach. And they define this as focusing on the use of new information from monitoring, modeling, and research to inform decision-making. And they do that at 4 stages in the process. So these stages are project level adaptive management during the design and construction, project level adaptive management after operations begin, the adaptation of operations, and then finally program level adaptive management. So they want to make sure that we incorporate adaptive management throughout the planning, design, implementation, and testing phases of SERP and non-SERP projects. Go on to the next slide. And they're very clear about the project level approaches, doing the kind of before and after operations begins. SERP has very thorough guidance how project level adaptive management should work, but the current process seems to be time consuming and bothersome to them. They recommend limits on the application and effectiveness at full SERP scale, that, there's places where it fits well and places that it doesn't. Under operations, adaptation of operations to new information is a particular strength in our program. And they recommend us increasing the use of conditions-based operations, being less tightly fixed to specific numbers and more responsive to changes we see upstream. And they brought up both LOSUM and the proposed changes in the southern system with S12 operations as good examples of trying to incorporate conditions-based operations. Go on to the next slide. They recommend that we focus on building a foundation for adaptive management. And the way we do this is we prioritize building expertise and a culture of adaptive management. We should make that a priority. The second part is strengthening the science enterprise to support adaptive management. And they describe this enterprise as better enabling the integration of monitoring, modeling, synthesis, and indigenous knowledge into all of our decision-making. They believe we need to keep working on the communication of restoration performance. Adaptive management requires the timely sharing of data and information both within and across projects, and they really want us to focus on multi-agency reporting on project outcomes. They gave us good marks on things like the SERP dashboards, the stoplight indicators as a very good way of improving the way we track project outcomes, and also communicating this information to management and the public. And then they say the Corps and the district leadership must show that adaptive management in SERP is a priority that adds value and improves the likelihood of restoration success, such as messaging that includes the provision of resources for adaptive management, including increased staffing that reflects the levels of support that are needed to deal with the rapid increase in the number of SERP projects that we've been facing over the last few years. Go to the next slide. In this slide, they get into the core process. They've got some people on the committees who are very knowledgeable about how core processes work, and they're proposing that the Corps needs to review the approval processes associated with incorporating new information into the design, construction, and project level adaptive management process. They are asking us to bring to the Corps' attention the impacts of the 3x3x3 approach in project planning. They give it high marks for potentially reducing the time associated with reviews and decision-making, but they really want the Corps to identify lessons learned from this approach that would be more helpful at the project level adaptive management scale, and how we specifically incorporate new information. They want to have a review of how decisions are made to elevate information, first at the district, then the division or headquarters, how the Corps evaluates basically the trade-off between the time and resources needed to gain approval for an action compared to the appropriate risks of delays. They want to look at further ecosystem degradation stemming from those lengthy delays as something that needs to be weighed in this evaluation process. Next slide. And this is the kind of a summary slide of the overall report. So they point out that 2023 has been a record-breaking pace for both implementing projects and tied to the record levels of funding. And we've seen very clearly early benefits that are becoming evident from the projects we're building. They specifically pull out things like the success of seepage management that's allowed increased flows to continue in the Northeast Shark Slough as an example. They talk about substantial potential for enhancing restoration outcomes, and these are the examples of what they suggest. Developing best practices for considering and applying indigenous knowledge, coming up with a way to apply climate change information and tools, such as these suite of climate change scenarios. And then they talk about improvements in adaptive management and processes for incorporating new information. All this requires kind of a new investment in their mind of SERP resources, and that should include increased staffing to develop a more robust science enterprise and leadership to build agency cultures that support these objectives. And I think there's one last slide that's basically just where we are with the project. Go to the last slide. Somehow you jumped way, there you go. The last slide just basically is for everybody's understanding. The full report is available at that website at the National Academies. That's the draft report. Any edits that are required that come out over the next couple of periods will show up in the final printed report that usually comes out about 6 months later. So let's say around April. And then they will be kicking off the 2026 biennial review process starting this fall, assuming all the things that Ava talked about on the contracting side get worked through. And that's the update on SISREP. And I will stop there.
Excellent, Bob. Thank you very much. I'm going to look around the room for comments. I see Gina's grabbing her microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gina Ralph with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And I do want to speak to the SISREP recommendation about improved USACE processes for adaptive management. So our current policy for adaptive management at our headquarters level recognizes adaptive management as starting once construction is complete. But SERP is built on an adaptive management framework, and that is in the programmatic regulations from Congress and our headquarters to continually adapt and learn and apply information along the course of SERP implementation. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there. And while we work to, with our headquarters and our leadership on changes to that policy, and the SISREP recommendation certainly helps that, at our level here in the Jacksonville district and along with our partners at the South Florida Water Management District have come up with a strategy to ensure that new information can be incorporated into projects, and that includes recommendations for design modifications. Now, this doesn't mean that we can be super nimble and change something, have new science come in and change it the next day. There still may be processes that we have to go through to include National Environmental Policy Act compliance. So we've put together kind of a diagram to show you how we plan to utilize the SERP Adaptive Management Framework to be more receptive to the integration of new science. And one of the things that Recover is doing to assist with this process is creating this adaptive management team in which we work hand in hand with our project point of contacts, our environmental leads for projects, our project managers, to look at the system holistically, where we look at something, a lesson learned in our Southwest footprint from Picayune, and that incorporating that information to another project that may also be backfilling a canal. So it's incorporation, shared lessons across the SERP footprint, and then identifying ways in which, to be policy compliant, the Corps of Engineers can incorporate those changes into the process. So I just wanted to put that, just share a little bit more information about that recommendation. And as I started with the opening remarks this morning, and I know we're way past time, I do want to challenge this group to review that report and to identify some of those SISREP recommendations that this group can work on. Recover has done that exercise, and we'll be incorporating that into our detailed work plan, but I do also encourage this group to do the same.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I'd like to add that I think it might also be relevant for this group to take a look at the SISREP report and think through the guidance that we can give to SISREP for their reports. This is the third report in a row where agencies have had very significant opposition to some of the words that are written in the report because they're inaccurate. And the process that the National Academies has provides the agencies for very limited review of the report, even though they gather almost all of their information for their report from us. And then they choose to interpret the information from the agencies, but then not give us an opportunity to review the information as they write it. And it is creating these reports that everybody reads. I have a whole bookshelf of them, right? And I go back to them very frequently, and they're really useful in providing summary of information. But the reality is that there are significant portions of the information that is either incorrect or incomplete. And I think we need to, and it's usually when they start to dabble in the policy aspects instead of sticking to the science. And I think this group in particular needs to have an agenda item at an upcoming soon meeting that helps us to give guidance to the SISREP committee for them to be successful with their report, which is mandated anyway, so it's not like we can get rid of it, and help them to help us. And so I wasn't going to say anything, but I think it's really important to be said, and I think it's something that this group can tackle and something that would add value.
Thank you, Jen. Nick?
Yeah, and I understand where some of those frustrations come from, especially the timelines. They're quick, but I think they are limited by timelines imposed on them and the processes by which they go through. And I also keep in mind that it's an independent process. I mean, they're supposed to be independent, but I think clearly you don't want them coming up with their opinions, which we may or may not disagree with based on inaccurate information. The only challenge I see is we know ahead of time when we're going to get those fact check windows to go through and correct their facts, but I don't think we'll ever, given their charge or their internal policies, able to comment or get them to change what are their opinions. I think that's just sort of one of the foundations of Academy reports, as I understand it. I may be wrong, but the fact checking part is really important, which I agree with 100%. It's just, we'll probably all have to be ready to jump on it when we know it's coming and have the resources ready to go through quickly enough. It usually only involves maybe like, not every chapter you have to necessarily do, but just the things that pertain to the work that individual people do, they can do that.
Ed?
I was just going to say thank you for bringing that up. This report was particularly problematic for the department because there are portions of the report where they quote the department's work, but then they only quote a portion of it. And even though we reminded them that they were missing significant information that was data-driven, their response to us was, we'll correct it in a footnote. And that was a problem. They used our own information in the report, but cut it off without leaving context, and then corrected it in a footnote. We haven't seen the footnote yet. It's not in the draft report. So that's been a big concern for this particular year, because it is stating facts about the water quality in the Everglades. And we made a statement that, yes, we're seeing an increasing trend, but it's not statistically significant. Well, they cut off it's not statistically significant. And that's a big deal when it comes to the science. It's putting something out there that I guarantee you, I will hear on NPR that, Everglades is getting worse from water quality because they cut it off. And that's going to be something that we'll have to answer to as the department. This is a problem for us, particularly for this year.
That's a fact-checked issue, I agree.
Yeah, and we've had others in the past where it's the same thing. It's like, well, we'll correct it in a footnote. And to me, that's not the correct way, because no one reads the footnotes.
Bob Johnson online, you have your hand up?
No, I think I lowered it. You covered the topic that I was going to mention between the comments from Nick and Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We are scheduled. Thank you very much for the presentation, Bob. Last call for questions here or comments. Thank you. We are scheduled for a break. We're going to go ahead and skip that break and roll right into our next agenda topics, and just ask the members if they need to take a personal break or grab a soda or coffee, which I think is closed, to do it quietly. Nick?
You had to go with cold caffeine because the coffee's gone now. So the next presentation is on garden, and if you know something about Everglades progress, you can't have a good project without a good acronym. So that's always really important. We have two of them here, Eden and Garden. Everybody knows what Eden is, Everglades Depth Estimation Network. It's one of I consider, foundation products of what our program has done, the Priority Ecosystem Sciences program in the Everglades, where we give real-time information on water depths based on a ground elevation model and a water level model on using data from gauges. But what we found is we've been able to, with conversations with our partners and stakeholders, find out what your information needs are and develop some really cool tools over the past few years that are built off the Eden as a foundation. One of those in the past has been the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow Viewer that I think has been pretty useful to Fish and Wildlife Service and others. Another one has been the eTree, which was a fairly recent product that was developed to look at tree island hydrology and health, and that was developed in cooperation with the tribes. And now most recently this product, which looks at, you're going to hear more about it. I won't steal any of Eric's thunder, but I wanted to thank Eric for coming from Davie and driving up. He actually lives in Miami. I guess it's a lot farther than just Davie that he has to go home, but coming up and talking to us about this. And I see these kinds of products as one of the foundational projects of the PES program that USGS has. Is we try to put our funding and efforts into things that directly benefit our partners and stakeholders, things that help all of you make better decisions in management. So Eric, thank you, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate the intro. Yes, as Nick was saying, we're going to be talking about within Eden, the gradient-related discharge and Everglades network. That's Garden. As Nick said, I'm Eric Swain. I'm from the U.S. Geological Survey. And I'll start by backing up slightly. The majority of my work has been looking at numerical models and which I've done a number, they can simulate flow, but they are quite limited in quantity and accuracy of input, and the understanding of the system physics is absolutely necessary to make a numerical model, and always been, in fact, of course, all our numerical models that everybody does never can get them to quite meet the data. You know, we always have some uncertainty. So it got me thinking in terms of other methods, flow velocity of determining flows in Everglades, for instance. We have done some flow measurements in the past. A number of agencies have, but they're generally done only in a small locale wherever you can set up. And measurement of flow station is more complex than measuring water level. So you can get perhaps a bit of insight, but not aerial wide, particularly from such devices. So basically, you probably all know Everglades Depth Estimation Network Eden interpolates daily water levels between a number of gauges, 200 odd gauges from multiple agencies in the greater Everglades to a 400-meter grid on a daily basis. And this has proved quite useful since its inception in 2006. People have used Eden to look at water levels and depths so as an interpolation scheme, it kind of creates a grid of values. So those are actual values based on field measured water levels. So I always was looking at numerical model grids. This looked like a grid of water levels from a model, but it's actually from field data. And Garden uses this the water level gradient between these grid cells, 400-meter grid cells, to estimate flows, wetland flows, based, that's why it's called gradient related. It's based solely on the gradients that are from this interpolation scheme, but they are based much closer on actual measurements than anything I'd done before. So you can see here, and it diagrams the water level gauges that are used to interpolate, and of course on the right-hand side you can see how you simply look at a gradient based on the east-west and north-south gradients, as you can see on the right-hand side here, and you get vector components of gradients. Now, in order to implement this, we use the gradients between cells, but if there's a blockage to flow, obviously by levee or such, then you do no such thing because there is no direct connection there. So obviously when we set up the grid for Garden, we had to keep this in mind so we're not estimating erroneous flows across a levee or other obstruction to flow. And it does cover the greater Everglades. And then of course the mathematical necessity here is to convert these gradients into flows. We needed a frictional resistance relationship. Now, and as you can see, the equation kind of on the left-hand side here is a modified Manning's equation, which relates against slope, water level slope gradient to flow. And it has coefficients. We looked at a number of studies to estimate coefficients in here. Since they differ for a wetland, Manning's equation is normally applied to open channel flow in a canal or river. And the differ here. So we look at those estimates and we ultimately use some coefficients from those but the large multiplier we calibrated to flows. And of course, we were able to make use of USGS along the southwest coast. We have these rivers, 4 rivers here that have measured time series of flows. So we equated the flows through that boundary of our grid on a daily basis to the flows out to the coast. And we used that for calibration. We used 1 year. And this, of course, features Shark River Slough, the flows out of Shark River Slough. So it makes use of one of the major features for calibration. Basically, we had some of our expertise, USGS, code this all to make it run online in the same way You can look at Eden results, you can look at garden results. So basically, using some Python scripts, download the data, calculate the daily grid of flow vectors, as I showed you, save the plots, and save the flow vectors, components and magnitudes. And this is looking at two separate days in 2020, March 1st, kind of dry season, and August 1st, wet season. And you can see the vector components of flows through the greater Everglades, starting all the way up at, of course, Loxahatchee, working its way down to the south coast and out to the west coast. And you can see the flows in the major sloughs, you can see the connection flows. Basically, so we've generated these values for daily values for a number of years now. Actually, right now we're only online back to 2018, but we're working on majority of the data. And that's on an online viewer, which I'll give you the URL to at the end. And we've even done, under request, marked out Cape Sable seaside sparrow habitats on this viewer, so users can kind of see what flows look like in and out of those areas. Now, one interesting and beneficial side note is actually these flow vector maps are a very good way to detect gauge errors, because sometimes if there's a water level datum problem with a gauge, again, and it can be only for a short period, it may be difficult to see on that water level contour map directly from Eden. However, it generally shows up, even a small error shows up as convergent or divergent flow paths, because an erroneous gauge is going to produce a high or a low point. And so we've found a couple problems simply by using it as an error check. And it is true that Garden is relying on the datum and elevations of the gauges that we are using in Eden to be quite well, have very good datums, very low accuracy datums, because the flows are very small, and a very small gradient generates flow. So we've actually incorporating it into our error checking for Eden. So I'll mention that, and actually Garden is ongoing. I'll mention other ongoing work, but Garden is ongoing. We're doing further. We're using it to check and actually find a couple errors of location of gauges in Eden, so we can do fixes on that and do other tweaks to it. But you can, it's able to be accessed online. Some ongoing work I'll mention is particle tracking algorithm we're working on. It was basically using the same formulation that's used in models. For instance, the ModFlow groundwater model has ModPath, but basically ultimately allowing a user to place a particle at some point in the greater Everglades and use the Garden flow vectors to estimate its path and timing of the path. And that's part of our number of plans and uses of Garden in the future. Basically, this course generally provides a tool to examine daily flow vectors in the greater Everglades and distribution. And it can be used to look at various states to see results of management and climate, of course, and investigate flows in critical habitats. Basically, its basic use is that. And they can also be, and since we can compute daily flow vectors back to 1991, which is the historical data we have in Eden, we can provide a sizable data set for sometimes a statistical analysis, which we're hoping to implement, looking at changes, breakpoints in flows within the historical period that we have here. And this could be very useful to find breakpoints to various management and structural changes, structures along, for instance, along Tamiami Trail, other places, and see generally what Garden says is the net effect on flows. And finally, I just showed you that we're working with a particle tracking routine, which can be used to track flow from source to destination. And that also could be used to look at ecological habitats. We want to, as is done in the numerical models, you can simply, run the equation backwards and track from a given location where the source is, given the flow vectors that we're predicting. So this is the report at myself and Travis Adams, representation of surface water flows, gradient-related discharge and Everglades network. The viewer can be accessed online on the Eden site, the Garden viewer, and there's also a software release. Some users have already downloaded the software and checked things on it, so you can actually look at the software being used. So, and of course, this garden was funded, U.S. Geological Survey Priority Ecosystem Science, Greater Everglades Priority Ecosystem Science Program, which covers most of the research and Eden-related research. And of course, generally Eden funded by Recover, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has given us support on all this Eden from the very beginning and all this research. And I believe that's it.
Great, thank you, Eric. This is, I like every opportunity we can to bring some science topics into the working group meeting. I think that is part of our, interaction between policy folks and scientists to make sure we're keeping in touch. And also, I really like this because, we now know much more about the relevance, importance of flow in the Everglades related to restoration, and this gives us a tool where we can really take a hard look at that. So I'm going to open it up to any, knowing that we're a little over time, I thought I'd open it up for a few questions anybody has. Eric.
All right, Eric, nice to see you here.
Hi, Eric.
Appreciate this. I was sitting here thinking about how there's a lot of our monitoring data goes into Eden, and I think that it's really good to see that you were thinking about how the garden processing can pull out the bullseyes of those data, those points, those stations that might have some issues on it. There's another aspect to this that it's not really a question, but a comment that we've been in a process of calling it right size our network. We're going through statistical analysis, looking for some redundancies, trying to make sure we're putting the money into the right places where we need it, identifying gaps and so on. When we think of making change, what we do is we go to the Eden team and we say, please take a look at the impact of this decision on the Eden parts of this. Do we need to, I guess there's a question, do we need to bring that to Garden specifically as well to do that? Or should we stick with where we're at with Eden? Just want to make sure we're coordinating well.
It could be useful. I mean, and I've been, on some of the processing, looking at possibly redundant gauges, discussing with some of your folks. But yeah, it could be, in fact, well, as I mentioned, the flows are more sensitive than water levels. So looking at, we're looking at difference in water levels, looking at difference in directions of flows and net flows could be actually more useful. You're actually, interestingly enough, you're not bringing in actually more field information than you already are from the gauges, but you're representing it in a way that it shows a little more what the sensitive parameter is, the flow. But yes, we could definitely do that, and the comparisons would be very similar to what we do with water levels in order to, as you say, redundant gauges.
I'll speak to one other minor issue with this. I think that is really a good thing that we see, and that is that you're running in Python and you're doing a very open sourced item. I had a little head shake here when I looked up with envy at your code.usgs.gov URL. I'm thinking just how wonderful it is that you're putting out all of the information associated with it. So this is the transparency, reproducibility, the ability to go back and say how we've made these decisions and really when challenged, drill down into those details and show exactly where it came from for better or worse, being open and honest. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. James, did you? Oh, you decide the order.
Quick question. So I'm checking your slide where you have the Everglades flow vectors and Northeast Shark River flow, the eastern Northeast Shark River. It's slide.
How's that?
Slide 8. So you have the Northeast Shark River flow missing.
Oh, yes, and that's interesting. I believe you're talking about the upper part of Shark, at the very top of Shark's Slough. They're blotted out. Those are actually an area.
It's the eastern part of Northeast Shark River Slough.
Yes.
It's like white.
Yes, we originally did that. Actually, we're in the process of trying to introduce those back. There's a high density of gauges there, and we were having some, yeah, exactly. We were having some trouble with the flow vectors in that area. But I think that just this recent, and that was one thing in discussion. We had discussion with other agencies, Everglades National Park, and they talked about the importance of that. I think we found a good way to reintroduce that area, and it's going to be online. And I think we sorted through the problem. But there was, again, in general expediency original in generating the images online, we masked that area out. We didn't include it in the grid. But yes, and it is actually very interesting. I think it will be useful. The flows in that area show, what interaction with L31N for the south. And yes, I can see it's actually an important area, and we're definitely going to include it.
James, did you have a comment? Adam, do you have a question?
Yeah, just real quick. Eric, great stuff. I think it has a lot of applications, way beyond what I can even imagine. Do you actually interpret this, or it's just out there? Like, so for instance, the image that on my left, your left, is it okay for me to understand that there's a groundwater influence down by the riverine system from the head up north? Is that even something that I could even begin to talk about, or you guys interpret that? Is that dangerous, or is that?
Yes, it is an interpretation. But yeah, we certainly noted flow vectors at various times and locations increasing toward the coast, which tends to indicate, changing in values, indicate some kind of groundwater interaction. Of course, probably to prove that, we use like a numerical model application, but it does appear to be that we can see significant changes in flows due to groundwater interactions.
Thank you.
Eric, thank you very much for this. As a long-term Eden user and somebody who's pushed this product out to my team for a number of years, I really appreciate this. I've shared it with many people, and we've participated in your annual call for information that comes out every now and then. So great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody online with questions? I can't see online. Okay. We'll move on. I just wanted to close by thanking Eric. Eric, how long have you been working in the Everglades?
Well, I've been with the USGS 34 years.
So we got some 34 years, so we're benefiting from a long-term experience, both in the modeling world and just knowing about the Everglades. And, I use these meetings as a really important input to me when I'm making funding decisions. And when you guys think of things you need as managers, be sure to reach out to us and let us know. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And our Florida Coral Reef Coordination Team, we're going to call our SCG Vice Chair up and put him under the gun. Thank you, Eric.
All righty, ready to roll. I see, obviously, for timing and schedule, I'm thinking I'll be in the order of 5 to 10 minutes on this one today. So let's just work through this. So as a reminder, the Florida's Coral Reef Coordination Team was created under the working group to coordinate management and restoration-related activities to conserve and restore Florida's coral reefs. Really what we are trying to do is connect coral reef science practitioners with the inland freshwater practitioners, making sure that we're communicating across those two realms and making sure that we are taking advantage of opportunities when those opportunities present themselves to us. Let me see if I can do this right. So going back over the current year, we've had meetings in March, July, and October. Just last Friday, the bigger part of that meeting was back in July when we did a hybrid team meeting at Nova Southeastern. We are strongly coordinating with the reef restoration efforts from the state and trying to bring that information back into our teams. We plan an upcoming meeting that I'm listing as December, but I think that's more likely to be a January 2025 meeting now, waiting to see all the other schedules shake out that time of year. During the most recent meeting, we had USACE do a wonderful presentation on LOSM, trying to understand as best we can what's going on in that part of the system and how that influences discharges to the coast. The significant nexus that we tend to focus on in this team is water quality, as its influence on the coastal ecosystems. It's not as much a direct connection or concern about the water quality at the reef zone itself as much as it's an influence on the ecosystems that are associated with it. So it starts with water quality at the coastline and those critters that have part of their life cycle at the coastline and then spend the rest of their time on the reef. And so it's a broad connected system, and that's one of the reasons why we're reaching back to this. The second item there is this review of the statewide ecosystem assessment and coastal and aquatic resources. Essentially, this is a database. This is a don't reinvent the wheel if it's out there type of system. I'm personally quite interested, invested in database management. So this one was very interesting to me to see and where we're at with this. So we're trying to capture as much as we can about water quality data, but also about the benthic data that's available to us. And for people in the data realm, recognize that these are wildly different types of data sets and usually have very different systems. So it's good where we can to take advantage of those systems that have been created and are in use. We had water quality review specific to the workshop under our Action 3, and then we were looking at our anticipated watch lists, and I tried to filter that word PDT out of it. I thought I'd fix this on the presentation so it would say project right there instead of PDT. So anywhere you see PDT on here, think project. I want to be really specific about this. Florida's Coral Reef coordination team here is looking at how we can interact with projects. So if that's early in a project phase when there's PDTs going on and we're going to the meetings and learning what those projects look like and providing some information that may be useful in guiding them at the PDT phase, then we're doing that. If it's other parts of the project phases where they're working on refining designs or even implementing and building, then mostly the team's interaction is going to be to learn from those meetings that are happening during that time period. So I thought I had captured that along the way. We've been making progress on the actions within the monitoring framework. We gave that framework to the working group, science coordination group here, so you should be familiar with it at some level. We have a new connection at NSU. We picked up an individual that's working at NSU and was on Florida Coral Reef's Resilience Program, continuing to be there. So we have this direct connection with us at OERI, at the state level, at the college level. The professors are involved all the way down to the teams that are growing coral and looking into the future about really growing out the capacity to put coral on the reefs. And we are identifying this last meeting staff and feedback mechanisms specifically about restoration projects and coral reef resiliency. So we want to figure out what that interaction looks like. And I'm going to need some guidance from the science coordination group, working group members on this at some point in the next few months as we try to lay out exactly how this is going to work. This is something new. We need to make sure we're doing it well. I'll skip the progress review for efficiency and go to a progress kind of summary. So on the coordinated action plans, if you look, those top 4 are either completed or anticipated completion by the end of the year. That includes the program inventory that was in our item number 1 on our list. Drafting and reviewing the biological and ecological programs, that's number 2 on the group. Review and adopt the anticipated impact watch list, that was 4 that we just did during our last meeting. Develop process for formal FCRCT engagement on that watch list. That's the other part of it that we need work on. So we're gonna look at how we do that and how members interact with those projects that are under the restoration umbrella, but of interest to the coral reef community. And then the next things is going to be further assessing our workshop recommendations for monitoring, and that one will probably have not necessarily an actions list, but a prioritization list that says from a coral reef restoration point of view, these are the key parameters, gaps, needs that we've identified in the systems. And we'll be pushing forward to see if we can draw some attention to those places that we can do a little bit better for coral reefs. Couple key updates on the roster right now with Jennifer Moore kindly in place where Sarah Fangman has stepped down for us or is stepping down for us, and other changes there. So it's a matter of time, as I said, I'll keep it very short, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Eric. Look around the room for some questions. Ed?
Hey, Eric, Ed Smith, DEP. Just want to say thank you for these meetings. I like to attend them, and I just want to encourage everybody, if you get a chance to listen in, it's a really fantastic meeting. They do a great job of running it, keeping it on schedule, but a lot of good information, particularly the CCAR presentation. I think that's something that maybe we should bring to the working group, science coordination group. And it was really fascinating to listen in on it. So thank you for that. Question, are all of these recorded somewhere that people can go back to and look at them later? Do you know?
She's answering me, no, I'm thinking through it. But we do create meeting minutes, meeting notes that are shared associated with them. So, but if it's an interest in being recorded, we could have conversation about whether we need to be, engaging in stepping that part of it up. Thanks for the note on CCAR and on public attendance. We noticed last time as we got started, we hit something like 58 people had called in on that call this last Friday. That was the best we've had so far. That was really great. So,
Eric,
yes.
it is stored on the EvergladesRestoration.org. For instance, I just clicked on it's the October 25th Florida Coral Reefs Coordination Team meeting.
There we go. Good to hear.
There's probably others in here, but it's there. You just go to YouTube, EvergladesRestoration.gov is the search.
Wow. I appreciate it. Now I'm nervous. I'm like, no, this is good. Anybody else?
Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate it.
All righty. Thank you.
I would like to call Haley Mitchell up for the invasive species team and the WRDA 2020 directive. Haley is a new staff member in the Office of Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Initiatives. Thank you, Haley.
Thank you for the introduction. I've had the privilege of meeting a lot of you guys over the past couple weeks, but like James so kindly said, my name is Haley Mitchell. I'm the new invasive species team coordinator, working with the Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives. And I'm just going to give you guys a little summary, go through this pretty quickly so Adrian can have the time to discuss our tool. So, little update. We have some new changes in members on our invasive species team and updates in some different positions of these people. And then I just wanted to preview the calendar since we did have a lot of changes due to the hurricanes, just so everyone's familiar. And then we will go into the invasive species tool where Adrian will actually give a presentation on the updates with that. So here's our current list of invasive species team members. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to read through everything, but just know that in orange, we do have our working group chairs, which James and Nick are here for this meeting as well, just so you guys can see who's part of our team. And then here is the update to our calendar. As you can see, I have some dates crossed out due to meetings being changed. We had our workshop that was happening on September 16th. That was the workshop that Adrian is giving his presentation on today with the updated results. On October 2nd, we rescheduled a meeting that was originally on September 18th. We had a meeting today, which is October 30th, for the working group and science coordination group meeting. And then our rescheduled invasive species team full group meeting was on October 22nd. So we just had that and we had a really great meeting. So good stuff there. And then the next meeting we're planning for is the December 5th task force meeting, but not sure if that's in DC as we discussed earlier. And so with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to Adrian here to give us an update on the prioritization tool for the invasive species team.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is just a quick mic check. Can everyone hear me okay?
We got you, Adrian. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adrian Figueroa, and I'm a postdoc at the University of Florida, and I'm working with my fellow postdoc Luke Evans, as well as USGS aquatic ecologist Wesley Daniel, and my lab's principal investigator, Christina Romagosa. And our tool is the invasive species prioritization tool in fulfillment of section 504 of WRDA 2020. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this presentation is meant to be a brief overview of the second workshop that we held, as well as some of the results. And just to kind of brief you guys on what these workshop goals were, we wanted to first gather additional data to further validate this prioritization tool across the different taxonomic groups. And then we also wanted to obtain feedback directly from the users regarding their experience using this decision support tool, just because we wanted to ensure that this tool was not clunky and was performing its tasks properly. And then finally, our final goal was to produce, so this should say a validated list. I don't know why it says authoritative, but to produce a list that has been vetted by us of priority invasive species, thereby fulfilling Section 504 of WRDA 2020. Next slide, please. So to kind of walk you guys through this workshop and kind of the workflow that we moved forward with, we first started off by dividing the participants by their taxon group of expertise, and we provided them each their secure login credentials to access this tool. And then we also provided each participant their own list, kind of like a starter list of various non-native species, so that they could kind of work through this list and decide which species they wanted to evaluate, and potentially if we missed out any species, so that they could subsequently add them. And then after this, these taxon groups decided cohesively on the final species list that they wanted to move forward with evaluating, as well as the order of evaluation. And the reason for this was to ensure that as the different taxon group members would be working through these assessments, they would all kind of be in sync, and we will be getting the most amount of data for each species being assessed. Then the species evaluations, they're performed pretty much independently by the various experts. However, we did inform them that if they were unsure about something in particular that other members might be more knowledgeable on, that they could consult with one another. And so that was the instruction that we gave them. And then finally, we asked for feedback regarding their experience using this tool. Next slide, please. So I kind of wanted to start off with mixed news. So the turnout was not as good as we were anticipating. This image right here is actually from the first workshop. The second workshop was kind of there was a lot of things going on, a lot of technological things that were being incorporated, and so we didn't get to snap many pictures. But regarding the turnout, we had only 2 bird experts, 2 invertebrate experts, 2 mammal experts, 3 fish experts, and then 5 and 8 participants for the herpetofauna and plant groups, respectively. And so one key message that you'll find I'm going to be pushing in this presentation is that we urgently need more experts, specifically for the birds, invertebrates, mammals, and fish, so that we could really move forward with this tool. What I will say is that all is not lost, and these workshop assessments have been saved, and so we will be using all of the data that we acquired over the course of the workshop to further validate the tool, but we do need more data, as you'll see. Next slide. Thank you. So to kind of walk you guys through this previous validation exercise that we had performed, if some of you remember in the last working group and science coordination group, Dr. Alan Dre made this great suggestion to perform a hypothetical power analysis to see how many expert assessments of various species we would have to perform in order to speak with more certainty regarding the performance of this tool. So we moved forward with these recommendations. And this was before the second workshop, where we had 8 experts on plants use the tool and provide us with their assessments of the same 3 species. And so based on this power analysis, we needed 7 participants to assess 3 species, but we were able to surpass that minimum threshold. And what we found was that this tool was working very consistent regarding the species assessments. And so for the plants, we already had some indication that this tool was very reliable, and there was an interclass correlation coefficient, which pretty much means how much agreement is there between the different users of the tool in their assessments of 0.775. And so to kind of give you guys an idea, what's considered excellent for decision support tools is usually a interclass correlation of at least 0.75. So we were already above that threshold. So next. So moving on to the validation exercise using only the workshop data. And we performed this validation exercise for each taxonomic group. And to start off with a plant group, we were able to perform this analysis with a statistical power of 0.99, which is much greater than the 0.80 statistical power required to have some confidence in our estimates. And what we found was that the tool outperformed our initial expectations by producing an ICC value of 0.81, which is extremely reliable, and the results were statistically significant. And so this image right here on the right shows the 8 different expert assessments of 5 species over the course of this workshop, and each of the variably colored dots represents an individual expert's assessment of that species. And that clustering that you see between the different points shows how much agreement there is between the experts over the course of these 5 species assessments. So next, please. And similarly, for the herpetofauna group, we had 4 expert assessments of the same 10 species. And so there's a different combination of experts and species being assessed, but the overall statistical power came out to 1.00, which is very robust. And as you can see here, the ICC value was even higher, and it was strongly significant, as you can see. So there was a lot of agreement between the various experts regarding their the priority scores generated for these 10 different species. And so there's very strong evidence that these assessments are reliably consistent among the various experts. And then next. So here's where we're going to get into some of the not so good news. So for the fish validation group, we were not able to obtain the amount of assessments that we really wanted to. The statistical power of this assessment was 0.84, which is right above that threshold. But ideally, we would like to get to a statistical power of 0.9 or higher, just so we could have pretty much absolute certainty that this tool is very consistent. And as you can see here, the ICC value is not as good as for the herpetofauna group, as well as the plant group. This has an ICC value of 0.48. And so looking at this figure on the right, you can see that the first species, Astronotus ocellatus, is there's not a lot of agreement with the assessments of that species. And so you could imagine for some species that maybe they're data deficient, maybe the various experts don't have the same level of knowledge of that species, the estimates could be kind of spread out more. And so that's why we strongly urge any fish expert that's tuning in right now to please sign up. At the end of this presentation, there's a QR code where you could sign up so you could contribute data and help us assess these species here, so we could have greater statistical power and confidence in our interpretation of this data. Next, please. And so from here on out, it's going to be much of the same for the mammal group. We only had 2 experts, and they were able to assess 9 species, but still, there's 2 data points for each species, and that's not enough to say with certainty whether or not if this tool is working reliably. So ideally, we would like to have many more participants that could provide the data that we need to see how much agreement there is in these various species assessments. However, the preliminary results for the mammals is very encouraging with an ICC value of 0.92 and a statistically significant result, but it is below that statistical power threshold that we were aiming for. Next. And so same kind of takeaway. We didn't have enough data for the bird taxonomic group. The ICC value was 0.7, and it wasn't significant, but the statistical power is now much less because we only had 2 experts that had assessed 5 species, and we had a statistical power of 0.49, so still not very high. And then next, please. For the final group, for the invertebrate group, we had 2 experts that they assessed the same 4 species, and there was a lot of agreement between them, but still it's just 2 people that they assessed the same 4 species. So my plea to everyone listening right now is please sign up to help us out, and we'll give you detailed instructions on how to participate so that we can make sure that this decision support tool we are working with is is as robust and reliable as possible. Next. So for the takeaways of this validation exercise, as you could imagine, are that the plant and herpetofauna groups, we have confirmed already that the invasive species prioritization tool works reliably well for those two taxa. However, for the remaining ones, we would like to have at least 3 same species being evaluated by at least 7 experts, or any combination of species and experts that exceeds that threshold. But the more the merrier. Please just reach out to us and we could get you set up with your credentials so you could participate in this exercise and contribute this vital data that we need. But just taking this preliminary data and just kind of averaging it out, even considering that discrepancy for the fish group, the average ICC value across all of the taxonomic groups is 0.79, which is pretty encouraging and suggests that there is strong reliability of the tool if these ICC values hold up. Next, please. So next, we received feedback on the user experience of the tool. And so some of these look like requests for clarification of terminology. So what is meant by broad climate suitability? And so we define this as species found from polar or temperate down to tropical regions. So for example, a species which is native but does have this broad climate suitability would be the raccoon. We could find them as far north as Canada and down into Central and South America. So more specifically defining what we mean by that. And we also changed the trophic level names to reflect those in classical terminology that many of us are familiar with. So for example, instead of saying herbivore, saying primary consumer, instead of primary carnivore to secondary consumer, just more traditional terminology. We also we received requests from the participants to include a progress saving button. And we move forward with the suggestion, and we also included functionality where as the users are moving through the various pages of the tool, whenever that they click the next tab button, their entries are automatically saved. So if something happens where they lose internet connection or something might come up, their entries are automatically saved and they could always pick up from where they left off. And there was also a bug that was encountered where there were duplicate entries being submitted. So we were able to quickly fix that bug and bring it live. And we removed any duplicate entries that may affect the estimates. And this wasn't requested by anyone, but a feature that might be useful is a clear all fields button, where if somebody is performing a species assessment and they decide that they want to evaluate a new species, then they could just click that button and it'll clear all of the fields instead of requiring them to go back to the beginning and then start to change all of their answers. So now we are at the OERI validated priority list. And so as you might notice, this list only has plants and herpetofauna, since these are the 2 taxonomic groups that have been validated through the data that we collected in the workshop. And keep in mind that this is a living list. And so with more entries and new information coming out, these species might shift, new species might populate this list. But keep in mind that this is because we have already validated that the tool works reliably well for these taxa. And so just to give you the top 5 species as an example, we have Brazilian pepper, number 1. We have the Peruvian primrose willow as number 2, earleaf acacia as number 3, the Burmese python as number 4, and the old world climbing fern as number 5. One thing I will say is in the invasive species team that we had just a little bit over a week ago, as I finished giving my update to the group, Dr. Frank Mazzotti from the University of Florida's CrocDocs lab, he made a comment that was very encouraging to us, which was that his lab has been doing research in the Everglades and specifically working on the conceptual ecological models and the hypothesis clusters that are associated with recover. And they've been doing research to see the impacts of herpetofauna on these metrics. And he said that the list of herpetofauna that they've developed is very, very similar to the output of this decision support tool. So right off the bat, that was something very encouraging to us that, especially here in this meeting, it's very important for us to mention is that, there is this outside anecdotal validation of the tool's performance. However, we also perform some Monte Carlo simulations, which I'll get to in the next slide. And so next, please. So after the IST meeting last week, I went ahead and performed a Monte Carlo validation exercise where what I did was I took the various answer choices that one could potentially select, and I generated 10,000 random assessments in order to generate a null value for comparison. And the aim of this analysis was to compare the entries that are in the OERI validated priority list, and to compare it and see if these assessments are indeed better than just random chance and just random predictions. And so this is another form of validation where what I previously presented on was the inter-rater reliability. So how consistent does the tool work? Whereas this is testing to see whether or not if these assessments are better than just random chance. And so we generated, I generated these 10,000 random assessments, and I compared them to the plant and herpetofauna assessments from the previous slide, which were 133 independent assessments. So this is the results of that analysis, and I performed this analysis as a Bayesian generalized linear mixed model. And instead of p-values, there's a measure called probability of direction. And all you need to know is a probability of direction value greater than 70% is indicative of there being some effect in that direction. And so you can see all of the species in that list are well above 70%. So what this is telling us is that these species are in fact being ranked higher than just random chance. And so the tool is doing its job in sorting out these species based on priority. And so next. So I took this a step further, and I used the model results to then generate predictions of, if you were to continue performing these assessments, how would this list look? Would there be any changes where this null comparison might actually overlap a lot with some of the species? And what you can see here is these are the predicted priority scores, and you have the scientific names of the species on the left-hand side, and you see that there's a shuffling. For example, the Burmese python was number 4 in the initial list, but in this predictive list, it's now number 2. But then you also have the black and white Argentine tegu in the number 4 spot. So you have this mixing where hypothetically, as we get more assessments, this tool will work more effectively. And so this is just a kind of drill in the message that we need more assessments for the remaining taxa so that we can have greater confidence in the scores being generated. Next. So as my final takeaways, we need more data to further validate the bird, fish, invertebrate, and mammal groups. We were able to take the user feedback regarding the tool and incorporate those changes already. And the initial priority list is ready, but it only includes the plants and herpetofauna since those groups have already been validated. And it's comprised of 20 species, which are 10 plant species and 10 herpetofauna, which is encouraging that there's this parity in the assessments. Next. And so with that, I just want to say thank you to the OERI staff that helped us in this workshop, namely Haley Mitchell as well as Adam Gelber for having joined us in this workshop and being there in person to show their support, as well as FAU Center for Environmental Studies, Mary Beth Harmon Kerber, Dimitri Gannett, and Elena Edwards for facilitating the actual workshop, and Nick Almond from USGS for providing funding to make this happen, as well as all of the workshop participants and people that have helped us along the way. Next. So I'll just open up to questions and comments, and please, if you are a bird, fish, invertebrate, or mammal expert, please sign up, scan this QR code if you're online or in person, and reach out to me via email, because getting this additional data will be crucial to have a list that we feel much more confident in with regard to those taxonomic groups. So with that, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adrian. This is Nick Almond. I just want to thank you for this. And I think the bottom line message for me is that we need more help. We need some people weighing in, and probably what we'll have is an internal discussion about how to make that happen. just by making casual and, requests may not be the best way to do it. We may have to reach out individually to agencies and say, hey, we're really in need of, 2 or 3 fish people. Can you help us out? So look forward to that kind of effort, I think. And finally, I want to say thanks again to Haley and to Adrian, who helped run this thing. We're losing Adrian. He's going to a new job. You want to tell us, you're going to
to the Gulf Restoration Office with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Good luck in that, and we thank you very much for all the input here. And I don't know if you have time for questions, or I'll leave that, turn it back over to James.
No, I'm going to let Adam make us talk here, but I would like to say I've spent some time with Adrian and Haley going over this, and this is the type of tool that it's not necessarily an ask of the members at the table here, but when it comes out, it's going to be an ask of your staff and your colleagues, because it's the type of tool that any biologist on our staff can really go through and fill out, and over a cup of coffee or two can run through the assessment for one or two of these species and really contribute to the finding of the tool. So, we will be pushing it out to the group, looking for, like Nick said, pushing it out to the group and making some calls. We rattle in the cages to try to get some additional feedback to improve the power of the tool. And one of the conversations we've had is, do we have, like, Adrian's going on to bigger and better things? Do we have the bandwidth to handle that? And they assure me, Adrian, Haley, and others assure me, yes, we do have the bandwidth to incorporate that additional input to take this into the next step. Adam?
Yeah, thanks, James. Just as a reminder, this is phase 2, right? Phase 1 was the team took on to look at EDRR, right? And they came up with the recommendation lists that's out there of how to do preventative work to prevent ones that are not established on the landscape. This is that next phase of the program to look at the rest of the curve, to prioritize the species, to send the message out there that we have a task force-based ecological to address the ecological indicators that would obscure those, that was directed, as mentioned previously in section 528, to direct the task force to do this. So just bringing that forward as part of the discussion that was not part of the introduction to where this is at. This is phase 2. And yeah, I'm going to drill down on it. The help is much needed, right? And to get us to that final level to send the message to Congress and respond to this directive is vitally important. So anyway, that's all. Thank you so much. And thanks, Adrian. Yeah, you're not going anywhere so fast.
Thank you.
We got 1 foot out the door. It's the Gulf Coast. Adrian, thank you very much. Thank you for all your hard work you put into this. Haley, thank you very much. Just looking around the room, if we had any questions before we wrap up on this topic. Okay. We do have an afternoon public comment scheduled. I don't have any cards in at this time. We do have some public in the room if they would like an opportunity, but I'm sure we may have folks online. So let's open up the online for our public comment period. And Adam, if you can monitor that while we hang tight for just a moment.
Not seeing any hands right now. Maybe one will pop.
Okay. I'll turn to the co-chairs and ask the co-chairs if they'd like any closing remarks.
I'd like to thank everybody for the open discussion that we had today. We had some tough stuff that we worked through. We had some requests that were made of this group. So we have some homework to do to go through and look at those requests and then figure out how to agenda them appropriately, because we've had the ask for discussion, the ask on how to use this group to really work through those issues that we see, or, how do we approach something better or do something different. So I want to make sure that we have a spot on the agenda on every meeting that we can tackle a topic, or it can be open discussion to bring your topic. But it's going to require homework on everybody's perspective when they look at the agenda. If it's an ask for, we don't have a specific topic this time, but please bring to us what you would like to discuss. So I think it's, as we look at these meetings, it's opportunity, and it's opportunity to leverage the resource of every single person that's at this table, and the information that they have, and the questions that they have, and the knowledge they bring to bear. So I would like to definitely have an agenda item every time where we talk about and we talk through something that we all think is important to help us move Everglades restoration forward. So thank you very much.
Lawrence, thank you very much. And if I have a flashback moment for, I don't know, a few years ago, maybe more than a few years ago, people said things like, the easy things have been done and restoration's going to get harder and harder. It's going to get more complex. As we headed out into BBC, or people were saying, this is restoration in an urban environment. It's going to get more complex. We're just seeing some of that now, and we need to tackle it. So, Adam, would you like some closing remarks?
Yeah, I haven't used my bandwidth today, so I'm just going to take a couple more seconds here. Just as a reminder, the OERI will be transmitting yesterday's IDS workshop proceedings to the USACE and the Water Management District on behalf of the working group, you all here. And birds inverts mammals, but we won't turn away the herpetofauna and plant folks. And we're working on the schedule, and I promise as soon as we can get a location for the task force meeting. Thanks to the team here and the district staff. Appreciate it, Drew, if you're still out there. Jennifer, everybody here at the district has been always very open to hosting our meetings and working with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you to everybody who come in, Adam, all your staff for the work in the background, and all our NGO partners that participate here and throughout the in-between meeting times. And with that, meeting adjourned.